All right. Good morning, everybody. All right. Some retro crossing today. Welcome to the show. Good morning. All right. Okay. Good morning. All right. Some retro crossing today. Hope everyone's feeling good. Happy Thursday. I think so. I don't know what day it is. I don't know. All right. A little bit of a beard check. We're locking in. We got some Animal Crossing Deluxe Edition on deck. I saw Random 18 first in the chat. Balloon Squad, good morning. Beth Chu and Classy Saya. And good morning, Rio Keen. Hope everything's going well over there. Good to see you back in here, bud. Take it easy, buddy. I'll be sending you all of the best wishes. Throw some love in the chat. We'll throw a log on the bonfire for you here in the Twitch chat, my dude. And I hope everything is going as smoothly as possible. Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Good morning, Big Doggo. Welcome to the show. We got Kit Kat Calzone. Yo, yo, yo. What up, Shelby? Welcome to the show. Being here means we're into a new normal. Good. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear, baby. Welcome to the show. What up, Quelth? Throw some love in the chat if you got a free hand for YouTube gang. Yo, what up, Crystal Alpaca? What up, Stray Heart Bird 81? G-Ski's in the house. Brittany, UMT. What up, baby? Adelaide Kate. Good morning, Mahogany Chica. Passing time. What up, Fat Candy? Elephant, Lynn Love. Yo, Mads World's in the house. Card Shark. Legend of Tay. Chicken Tendos. What up, Gunblade Lad? Doing some retro crossing today. We're doing physical Splatoon Raiders, so we're gonna skip Splatoon Raiders release day. Gonna opt into picking up the cart. Gonna opt into picking up the cart. Yeah, the deluxe edition link is dead at the moment. You can send me a message on Discord and I can send you a new link. They shut down the link for some reason. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe they were afraid of Nintendo's ninjas.
61 months Hylian. My little girl is 3.5 months old and we've been binging your Stardew playthroughs. She's a huge Deku Scrub HD.
Hey, nice. Skatey, thanks for 61, dude. Yeah, man, I got even more Stardew content on the horizon. I got even more Stardew content on the horizon. Don't even worry about it. Thank you, Skatey, for 61. Get some love in the chat. Holy heck. Thank you. Also, shout out to some of the offline support. We got offline resub from a Harriet for 32, offline follows, as well as a subscription or 2 on YouTube. Buka coming in here with 82. What up, homie?
H-Day Wiggle.
What up, homie? H-Day wiggling, baby. And welcome to the broadcast. Good morning. All right, here, this link might work for Deluxe Edition Discord. This link might work. I heard Splatoon Raiders has been getting good reviews so far. It has. It's sitting at an 81, and while there was a couple negative reviews, there was also a couple 100s. So it's kind of got a little bit of everything, which is usually how that goes. For the record, there's a wide diversity of human beings out there, and there's usually somebody who doesn't like a game, because not every game is for every person. So the negative reviews are usually valuable. This time they felt a little bit much, but sitting at an 81 the last I checked. People are liking Splatoon Raiders. It's cool. It's a cool departure from the original game, and it seems like that's the part that's being appreciated about it the most, is that it's familiar yet also new, and a different approach from what you're used to as Splatoon fans. So as a Splatoon fan, this game seems to be great because it's more Splatoon but delivered in a different light. And then if you're not at all a Splatoon fan, this could be your entry, because it does have some entry vibes. It does have some welcoming single player energy. But I think I watched IGN's review of Splatoon Raiders, and I think he said that you could play the whole game from start to finish multiplayer if you want. So that's pretty cool. That's like a really cool concept, and I think that's exactly what Splatoon fans want. Splatoon fans, I think, want a game that has as much multiplayer fulfillment as all the other games, with the option to play it by yourself. But once I heard that, I was like, okay, I see what they're doing here, right? The fact that apparently the whole game from start to finish could be played online if you so choose says a lot about what this game is offering, in my opinion. It says a lot about their goals for the game, and this is meant to be another Splatoon game, just with a completely different goal in mind. Instead of multiplayer matches where you're competing and painting the walls, you're instead salmon running and raiding, and you're battling monsters to collect loot with your friends. It's still conceptually Splatoon at its core, and I think that's what all Splatoon fans wanted here. They didn't want it to be such a departure that it wasn't familiar. And I think some people were worried that it didn't have any multiplayer. So I think a lot of Splatoon fans at first were standoffish, because they were like, well, why do I want salmon run but the game? And I think, but I want multiplayer. I like the idea of playing with other people. Well, guess what? It's here. And you can play the whole game with other people if that's what you want to do, right? So once I heard that, I realized, okay, this is cool. This is really cool what they're doing with this game. I think it's going to be neat. And then the only negative reviews that I read were claiming that the game was simple and that it's not doing anything new for the industry. It's not reinventing any new wheels, and that's what it seemed was going on there. Holy heck, we got a $50 donation from Cinderella. Hey, dude. Hey, dude, thank you so much, man. Boom, boom, boom. Holy heck. $50 donation from Cinderella. Good morning, by the way.
I do not remember the last time I remembered my research celebration, so I thought to treat you to a nice dinner. Here is fun fact of July. Did you know, including its territories, France has 12 time zones, the most of any other country.
France has 12 time zones? Really? It seems so small. What the heck? What's going on over there? I knew y'all were a bunch of time traveling wizards. That's what it is. France must be the home of the Time Lords. That must be the home base of the Time Lords. I know what's going on over there. I got y'all figured out. Loving the chat for a $50 donation, man. Holy heck, thank you. Yeah, watch IGN. I read some of the Metacritic reviews to go back to finish that thought. And the lowest review on the Metacritic said something along the lines of Splatoon Raiders doesn't reinvent any wheels, and it doesn't do anything new that we haven't seen in the gaming industry before. And they, to the point to where they called it a negative thing. They were like, this game sucks. It doesn't do anything that other games haven't done. Therefore, it sucks and it's lame and it doesn't bring anything new to the table. That was like basically the negative review, which again, I think negative reviews are just as valuable as positive. There could be some truth in that. Weirdly, it seemed like the person was just angry or something. It's like weirdly negative review. I guess they were mad that this game is, in their eyes, just like another industry slop drop off that doesn't separate itself from anything else. And I don't know. I don't know if I agree, but maybe the game is too simple. And maybe some of you are going to feel that way. Maybe some of you are going to say, this is simple in concept and it's really not too fun outside of like a little bit of time or something. Right. So like, I'm not sure, but I think there is something to gain from that review, and maybe there is some truth to it. Maybe the game is like not as unique as it could be, and like maybe I guess there's an expectation that AAA games are always like stand out and supposed to be different from everything else, and you know, whatever. That's just one guy's opinion out there. So I'll totally be checking out Splatoon Raiders with you tomorrow. Yeah. I haven't seen a single thing about it. Yeah, man. I think a solid 80 plus for a Splatoon game is exactly what you want. It looks incredibly fun and it looks incredibly rewarding. I do have a feeling, and this is just a feeling that I'm going into the game with because I've just gamed for a long time in my life. It does feel like the kind of game that's going to be fleeting for most people. The kind of thing you pick up, you play on a whim, you play on a fling for 2 weeks, and then you maybe never pick up again for the rest of your life. It could be one of those games, which sometimes that's fine. You know, as long as you get your a couple hundred hours out of it, like, does it matter if you're playing it for the rest of your life? I think sometimes that's okay, you know? So I think it's gonna be one of those games that people are gonna play for like 2 weeks to a month, and then they might not ever touch again, depending on if they support it with events and stuff, which, hey, Splatoon does usually get supported with events and stuff. So I could be wrong, but yo, what up, Johnny Walker? Welcome to the show, baby. Wait until tomorrow to jump in. Hey, all right. Good morning, everybody. Let's jump into some gameplay today. But I did want to share some thoughts about that because I did read a little bit about Splatoon Raiders. I'm glad some of y'all are excited to play alongside me here. Thank you again, Cinderella, for the massive $50 donation. I really appreciate you coming in and supporting. So for those that don't know their resub celebration, Cinderella is one of 2 people who hold a lifelong subscription to my channel. Fun fact, both of those people just so happen to be from the Netherlands and Dutch. I guess I'm just a fan of the Dutch. And back, I did this, I think, years ago. They were one of my biggest supporters growing as a small streamer. And ever since then, they felt that they wanted to at least occasionally come in if they can and still kind of celebrate their resub, even though they don't have to, because it's a lifelong sub to the channel. They don't have to do anything. And that's what that little commentary there was from the resub alert, for those that were curious. That's why I buy physical. If it sits on the shelf and I think I'll never want to play it, I can sell it. Right. Like, so yeah, I think Splatoon Raiders, that's my gut feeling. My gut feeling is we're going to be going into Splatoon Raiders and it's going to be a game that is fun for like a blast. It's going to be like a pocket of excitement and fun, and then it's just going to fizzle. Whereas I feel like the Splatoon 3 game has more staying power, and I wonder, is Splatoon Raiders going to have that staying power? Well, we're going to find out tomorrow, but before we get ahead of ourselves, let's play some Animal Crossing Deluxe Edition. Let's get our Deluxe on. Let's get our Deluxe on. Now we gotta run that back. I didn't hear my Nintendo. Hold on. Hit the reset. Hit the reset. No. I didn't hear it again. I was too busy yapping. Hold on. We gotta hit the reset again. All right, here it is.
Nintendo.
Yeah. Nintendo. Thanks for the biddies. Lifelongs don't get the in-chat thing. Right, exactly. Thank you, Cinderella. I know. I caught the second strike. Is this a new title theme rendition? This is from the E+ edition, I believe, from Japan. Yeah. I believe that's from this edition right here. I think that's what Kyler said. They added the E+ edition, which they did a new rendition. For the final version of Animal Crossing GameCube, this is the song that would have played that we didn't get in America. Yeah, that's why it's kind of fresh to me in my ears. I've never really... Now, I could be wrong. Hold on, wait, it's coming back to me. This might be something else. This might be like a special rendition for like a promotion or something. We gotta wait till we see Kyler. Maybe he can remind us. Yeah, I there's something unique about this rendition. It might not be from a game. Now that I think about it, he might have said what it was from, but I'm not remembering. Boom, 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 boom. Do 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 do. Nintendo. All right, let's go. So, are you ready to go out on the town? Right now in Slot A's Hyrule, it's July 23rd, 2026 at 8:45 a.m. Yo, that all checks out. We're good. We're locked in. I guess perks of being on an emulator that locks into your computer clock, huh? The perks. Man, so the temperature broke yesterday and I was able to open up all the windows in the house for about 24 hours and just air the whole place out. Dude, it was so nice. It was starting to smell like Rancor booty in here. Like Rancor gooch. Yo, what up? What up, Skylar Roberts? Good morning, man. Do. Yeah, I got more AC coming for you, Skatey. Thank you so much for thinking of me today, Skatey. I hope you and your little one's okay. I hope your family's doing well. Same thing with you, Rosie Poo. Yeah, I found the Stardew Valley expanded playthrough from 2023 and then I also got more. I got more of the fishing farm is like only half on YouTube, and I'm gonna get it all cleaned up. The fishing farm's on the way. Speaking of YouTube, I just finished the biggest clerical project that I've had in a long time, and I've been pushing this off for like a long time, and I finished it yesterday, and it feels so good. I had to sort through 2,300 YouTube videos, and I've been dreading doing this for over a year. So I've just been picking at the YouTube videos and spending extra time like hunting for them when I need them. And I finally sat down and I organized all 2,300 videos in one sitting. It literally took me from noon until 9 p.m. on Wednesday, my whole day, 9 hours straight of sitting in this chair and organizing my old content, my Twitch archives. It was such my hand was sore. Like my hand was going numb because of carpal tunnel. By the end of it, my hand was literally going numb. I was like, dude, this sucks. Like, I'm finally done. And now I can go through the arduous process of cleaning it all up and just getting it quickly re-released so I can go back to doing like real projects on YouTube, the stuff that I need to be doing. And I haven't been able to because I've been like drowning in my backlog of to-do list. And I finally am just like putting my foot down and I'm getting this stuff done. Yeah, it was. Whew. So now that it's all organized, I can way more easily go in, clean up the content, and just get it all re-released. Right? Like, because that part is now the hardest part of that was digging through the 2,000 videos. Now, I still do have one more big project left. And I have to go through the 2 years of so far of live content and like make sure I didn't lose any videos in the sauce. Were days where I did game switches, but I didn't separate the content on Twitch because at some point last year, I just couldn't keep up. So there's about a year of live content that never got separated and highlighted on Twitch. That's stuck hidden in the abyss of my live VODs. So I still do need to go through about a year's worth of VODs, which for me, 5 days a week, it's a good amount of videos. And I have to like make sure that any of my content is separated so that people can actually find it. That's the last big project. From there, it's just simply copy and pasting a bunch of text to fill out descriptions and then creating some quippy titles and then just putting a number, episode 1, episode 2, and then just re-releasing it all. That part actually isn't that bad at all. And I could even pay somebody to do it for me, which I'm thinking about doing, is enlisting some help to just get all this content out. So we'll see what happens, but no, I don't know. If I do community game night, it's gonna be a surprise and I don't want to commit to it, so I'm not sure right now. I might do a surprise community game night tomorrow, but I think we might end up playing Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar for a nightcap. Yeah, I think we're gonna end up doing Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar or Splatoon Raiders. Yeah, to be fair, I think we might even end up doing Splatoon Raiders all day tomorrow. I think it's gonna be that good. I have a feeling Splatoon Raiders is going to be that fun that we're going to be able to play it from like the AMs all the way into the PMs tomorrow. I think so. So that actually could be an option as well. But yeah, we'll get back to party. We'll get back to party in the future for sure. You really know where you never know where you'll end up with an overnight Twitch raid. I'm still in my bed on my PC. Yo, what's up? How you doing? Counterintuitive. Yeah, sometimes you end up in a weird booba VTuber stream. You know what happens? It happens. Yo, Beth Chu, I appreciate you. Cheers. Thank you for all the hard work you're putting in. Yeah, no problem. Speaking of Beth Chu, I did find all the Wind Waker content. So if I wasn't so burnt out yesterday, I would have released it, but we'll do that here this weekend. So that's coming. Grand Bazaar, we've been doing Grand Bazaar PM streams, Shelby. If you want to catch up on what you missed, check out the YouTube playlist. I can link you if you would like. We're doing PM Grand Bazaar until we get married. And we've done 2 episodes since we brought it back, and we might end up doing a 3rd. Well, we will be. Like, we're going to keep going until we get married. My package got delayed. Oh, yeah, no problem. No. I'm actually going today. I was gonna go do PO box stuff today, but I have more than one reason to go, so don't worry. Thank you for the heads up. Yo, good morning, fancy mom. Welcome to the show today. How's everyone feeling? Happy Thursday. And thanks for saying that. And you know, a lot of this is for me. Like right now, I'm in this weird state where I have all this what I call evergreen content that I want people to be able to engage with. Good morning, shenanigans. Good morning, fudge. And I have a chip on my shoulder about it, because I'm pissed that it's not out there. You know, it used to be out there. It used to be on Twitch at least. It was just somewhere. It was somewhere in the public space for people to watch. And ever since last year, April, Twitch made me move all my stuff to YouTube, and it's all gone unlisted. And it's just not out there, and it bothers me. You know, it's a personal thing. It's not. I'm not even. It's not even like the right thing I should be spending my time on as a creator, but I'm doing it because it's important to me that my 7 years of work is out there, is just in front of the universe. It was my creativity, my heart, my soul I put into those years. And even though I don't care if not a single person ever watches any of it, I want it out and released. That's all I want. You know what I mean? Like it sucks that I have to sit here and think about the fact that the bulk of my 7 years of content is inaccessible. Like that blows to me. Like that's my years of work that I put out and gameplay and stuff that people could very well discover me for. Even if it's one person, they discover me from an old playthrough, Castlevania, they come in, they say hi. So yeah, it's kind of like a weird personal thing, and I realized that I've stretched it out over a year, and I need to like get it out there. I need to just like do it. So I put all that work in yesterday for me, man. Wednesday. I'm just trying to get this content cleaned up and released, and then I can go from there and I can start doing other fun new projects, you know? Missed having your stream on yesterday. Yeah, I ended up taking the 2 days off. I ended up taking the 2 days off this week. I needed it more than I realized because I had so much stuff I wanted to do. So then yesterday I was able to spend time away from the computer, doing things I need to do, taking care of myself, self-care, relaxing. I had myself a delicious breakfast, roasted potatoes and roasted vegetables and eggs with yogurt and frozen fruit. Yowzer! Wowzer! It's Hylian, right? Let me see. No sight of you for like 5 weeks now. Well, how the heck have you been, Slurp? She must have been hanging out with Tad. I think Tad slurps. Hey, did you want something or what? I want a job. No, talk to me. Oh, it's so hot. Why does it have to be so hot? I know, dude, you're going through this heat wave as well, Tangy? Dang. Personal projects are sometimes the most rewarding, even if they're maybe not what we should be working on. Yeah, you know, it's like in my heart and mind, it's like I know that I have like so much other things I should be doing, but it's like I just want to get this done and get my content out there again. And then once my content's out there and existing, then I can go back to doing other stuff. Is applying updates to the mod pretty easy? Sure. Pretty easy stuff. It's all listed off in the Discord if you're interested. !Deluxe. All the steps on how to do that stuff is all in the same place that you would have had to have gone to download the game in the first place. But if you need any help, let me know. It's pretty straightforward. We got these cicadas out here. We got these cicadas out here. That's a new catch. Oh, nice. I guess it is summertime. I guess we are getting summertime bugs. I'm not as stressed about the museum because I wasn't planning on finishing the museum in this save file. I just want to pay off my debts. I think that I would rather go back to my original GameCube save file and we could go back to trying to finish our museum challenge there. Y'all remember we were doing a museum challenge in GameCube edition, vanilla, and I'm close. I need like 1 summer bug and like 3 fall bugs. So by the end of the year, we're going back to GameCube edition, vanilla. And that's why today I wanted to get in here and continue trying to pay off my debts, because once we finish paying our debt off on Deluxe Edition, I probably won't play Deluxe Edition as much. Because like this is fun, and we started this because it was a really cool fan project, but we got to get back to our vanilla edition and we got to finish our goal of completing our first ever Animal Crossing GameCube museum. That's my main save file on my GameCube. So I want to bring that back and I want to finish up our goal of finishing our museum, because on that save file, we have our golden axe, our debt's completely paid. We're working on paying off a second house for a second player, and I want to get our museum done there, because the vanilla game is still always going to be where my heart's at, even if Deluxe Edition is pretty freaking rad. And then I could see myself maybe coming back to Deluxe, like for updates and stuff, and seeing what they've been picking at, you know, seeing what they've been doing. Yo, what up, Johnson boy? Welcome in, Thrasher. I just started streaming 2 weeks ago. Any advice against bots? Nah, not really. Unfortunately, small streams get attacked by like follower bots. Is that what you're talking about? Like buy my follows bots? That kind of nonsense. There's not really much you can do about that besides for doing like follower only mode and stuff, but I really don't recommend that, because I think anything to put a barrier between somebody wanting to chat with you is the worst thing you could do. Subscriber only, follower only, and all that stuff is letting the bots win, and you are dampening your potential growth, because if somebody goes to talk in your chat and say hi to you, and then they see that they have to be followed for 5 minutes to do it, they're probably going to leave. Or not leave, they're just not going to talk. Like either way, it doesn't matter what happens. The last thing you want to be doing as a streamer is putting some sort of deterrence in front of somebody coming to talk to you. So I don't think follower only and subscriber only stuff is the answer. I think you got to go with moderation, dude. You got to get people to mod for you, or you got to get bot moderation. So just like Twitch chat said there, Siri bot, Nightbot, Moobot, Stream Elements bot. You gotta get your bot game up. You gotta get your bot game going, dog. Yo, how you doing today, Tessie Twevs? Good to see you today, Tessie. Hearty welcomes in the chat. Do you think Nintendo will ever re-release all the versions of Animal Crossing on Switch or Switch Online? I mean, let me tell you, Tessie, I've been talking about that for a long time. Yo, chat room, how long have I been talking about that? Let's get some 9 a.m. jams going. Yeah, I think so. I've expected it sooner than it's happened, actually. I expected us to get retro Animal Crossing games on the Switch 2 years ago. I'm at the point now where I'm starting to lose hope. And you know, when I'm losing hope, it's bad, because I am always the last standing copium huffer. I'm starting to lose hope. I'm starting to lose hope. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, why don't we have any, like, New Leaf was a no-brainer. New Leaf was a no-brainer 2 years ago while we were waiting for a new game. Animal Crossing GameCube was a no-brainer. But at the rate that we're getting GameCube games, I just have zero hope that we're going to see it. Like, I've just lost all hope. And so at this point, the only hope I think we have is DS. Because I do see them adding the DS catalog to the Switch, And I think Wild World would be a great first game, because if you didn't know this, Wild World was one of the first games on the DS, like entirely. It was like pretty much a release game from what I remember. I think it was first year at least. So yeah, I think at this point, Wild World is the most likely next to GameCube. It seems like they have zero interest in porting New Leaf. I have no idea what they're doing. I have no idea what they're doing. So if something is demanding my... I'm not sure what you mean, but if you're still talking about bots, then obviously you ignore that. Like, not obviously to be rude, but like, yeah, like, of course, ignore all bots. They're just bots. They're just trying to fish you, or they're trying to get you to... They're trying to fish you. They're all fishes. You know, just a PSA, don't ever pay attention to any... Don't ever click any links anybody sends you in DMs. Don't ever click any links anybody puts in a Twitch chat. Yeah, if you're still talking about bots, why would you ever pay attention to a bot? I'm just a little confused. If they re-release any of them, they'll do it without notice. Yeah, same. I agree. It's like a chatter, but they're demanding priorities. I'm still very confused. Why don't you go ahead and send me a DM? I'd much rather answer Twitch questions in DMs, because then I can give you my real attention. When you're asking that kind of stuff in front of my live audience, it's kind of hard for me to understand what's going on, because I'm also trying to think about the other chatters that are here today relaxing. So why don't you go ahead and send me a DM on either Twitch or Discord. And if you have any questions about Twitch, you guys can always send me a message and I'll do my best to reply. All right. But it's kind of hard to come into my Twitch chat and ask me questions when I'm streaming, because like I'm trying to entertain everybody here. It's hard to keep up. Not that I don't want to answer you. It's just not quite the best place for my mind, because my mind is all over the place while I'm live. You know what I mean? I think you guys get that. One second here. I'm trying to change my category here. The release of like a month before a new AC. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's actually exactly what I'm expecting at this point. Is like them announcing a new AC and then like a little bit beforehand throwing us a bone and giving us like New Leaf to drum up the hype. That's exactly what Nintendo likes to do.
My apologies.
Thank you for the 200 biddies. I feel as though you are not required to talk to every person in chat if you really don't want to. Yeah, correct. Even if they're throwing you money. Correct. There's no contract. If they release any of them, to do it without... I think the doing it without notice thing is for sure. You know, it's funny that we're chatting about this, because that's right. Like, Nintendo loves to drum up hype. Right? So they did like Leaf Green right before, what was it, like Pocopia? Is that... I think it was Pocopia. Same thought. Right? And then like they like to drum up hype. I'm trying to think, what are other examples of them like releasing something and then releasing something else right after? I'm trying to think. I think Metroid Prime remake happened a year before Prime 4. Yeah, like 1 full year before Prime 4, so that's kind of similar. Right? Yeah, Fire Red Leaf Green was like 2 weeks before Pocopia. Yeah. Diamond and Pearl, then Arceus. Yes, you're right. It was like November and then January. Yes. Yeah, they do like the drum up hype. Maybe you guys are onto something. Maybe we don't see AC retro stuff until they're about to release AC, so they drum up the hype with it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Yo, morning, sup? Shimona. Hylian, long time no see, huh? Shimona. Have you been skipping your morning stroll lately or what? Anyhow, you probably want something, don't you? So what is it? Shimona. Need a favor? What? Really? Let me think. There must be something I can use you for. I know. I've got the perfect job for you. I brought these clothes as a present for Tabby, but I just haven't had time to deliver them. It's a pretty stylish getup. I mean, I'd be pretty stoked to get something like this. Shimona! All right, let's go ahead and get this clothes to Tabby. Yo, how you doing, Mrs. Pirate? Good morning. Pokemon makes way more money than Animal Crossing. They can come out with anything Pokemon and the fans will buy it. Yeah, sure. So you're implying that they can do really close releases with Pokemon because it doesn't matter, whereas maybe with Animal Crossing they'd want to space it out more because it does matter, which we can go back to Metroid as a reference then. Maybe they do want about a year between a hype drum up. Yeah, so like maybe we should be looking at the 6 months to a year where they just surprise drop something retro Zelda, and then within 6 months to a year we see, retro Animal Crossing, and then we see like a real Animal Crossing release, maybe something like that. Looks like we have Crazy Red coming at 6 p.m. July 25th. Okay. We got Crazy Red coming. We got ourselves another fossil here. We don't see anything related to Pokemon this year unless they bring out Pokemon Stadium. So this year for Pokemon, I don't know. I haven't been talking about Pokemon stuff because I've spoiled myself with a bunch of leaks. So I don't know if I want to talk about Pokemon stuff because I've talked about it. I actually saw a bunch of leaks and rumors, and I feel bad because I think that here's how we talk about this then. Hold on. Let me get professional newscaster going. Hold on. So it is of my belief that we are still getting content for Pokemon this year. And according to leaks and rumors, that could be true. And I think we could see Pokemon stuff in August as well as in our classic November time slot. August because the World Championships, plus there's always a Pokemon Presents in August. And I could see them shadow dropping something. I have a lot of belief that they're not done dropping retro Pokemon games, and I think Fire Red and Leaf Green was the first of many, and that's just a thought that I've had since Fire Red and Leaf Green. Anybody else? Right? Like that's just my brain and something I've been thinking since Fire Red Leaf Green. We all have. Now that they finally cracked open that emergency glass, now it's like, okay, well, what else is coming? And I think that August is prime for Pokemon content, and I think November is prime for Pokemon content, as it always is. So we already have August Pokopia updates, and we could have more Pokopia content in November. So then you have to step back and say, are they willing to release stuff alongside Pokopia? And then you remember the conversation we just had where they just did that. Fire Red and Leaf Green 2 weeks before Pokopia. And then you start to realize, if this year is already scheduled to have 2 Pokopia updates, what do you do alongside Pokopia? Do I have to think? Just think. What do they already do alongside Pokopia? So if they've already done it once, what's to stop them from doing it again? So I don't know. Now, maybe it could also be something like a side game. There's always Copium for Mystery Dungeon. There's always Copium for like a new Let's Go. There's always Copium for like side Pokemon games. So I think either way, I'm seeing potentially 2 Pokemon releases this year that are probably going to be on the smaller side. Stuff that's like important to Pokemon fans, but maybe not like new games, maybe not like brand new exciting experiences, but more so nostalgic experiences. Yo, what up, Parappa baby? Good morning, dude. Dude, I'm so excited for OOT. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started, dude. So that's my take.
Hope you had a lovely day.
That's my take on Pokemon
How's
stuff.
Midna?
Okay, I think this is all stuff that needs to be sold. Why am I dropping this stuff here? And why am I continuing to just drop stuff here? I think this is all stuff that needs to be sold. All right, let's just keep going. Yo, what up, Joopy-san? Thank you for 46, baby. Midna's doing well. Midna's doing very well. She got all of my attention yesterday because I was so busy on Wednesday. So she got all of my attention yesterday. She got the full, like, hangout and rubber belly for 2 hours straight. So she better be nice today. And she is. She meowed a couple times and then she went off to her business this morning. So she got lots of my attention yesterday. All right, let's go find Tabby. I just want a release date for the first wave of the Pokemon DLC. I'm imagining, I was guessing it was, so the free update's like the first week of August, right? Don't we have a release date for the free update for Pokopia? We just don't have a release date for the DLC? So maybe, is it? No, not to my knowledge. Why was I under the impression that the free update was the first week? I think I've been crossing wires with Fields of Mystery as update. Yeah, YouTube chat says they'll surely give us something as well. I saw you posting messages while I was yapping. Yeah. So Rio asked a question. He says, have you talked about how Palworld might be adding pressure to Game Freak to show that there's room for a broader audience? I really hope the Legend series continues to push boundaries. So a fun topic of discussion, I watched a YouTube video that pushed this idea that Palworld is actually creating more of a competition than we think. Good morning, Hylian. It's been a long time, Nutmeg. Yeah, it has been a long time. I may have asked you this already, but your astrological sign is Capricorn, right? Oh, good. I knew your birthday was on January 18th. Well, I was pretty sure. It's so easy to forget people's birthdays. Oh, but I'm sure I won't ever forget your birthday now, Nutmeg. Oh, good morning. I haven't seen you around. You been sick or something? If you work out every day, colds just flee and tear. Slurp. Oh, yeah. Gah. Okay, buddy. Thanks for calling me out. Starting July 25th at 6 a.m. every morning. Hey, don't roll your eyes like that. I'm always up before 6, so it's no big deal to me. You should get up early once in a while too, lazy bones. It makes an animal feel alive. Damn. So, like... Hey, what's up, Chevra? So, like, it's an interesting conversation, right? Like, at first, I was like, nah, like, Palworld could never take a piece of the pie from Pokemon. And then, apparently, allegedly, they're at 19 million players downloaded, although 7 million of that includes, like, Game Pass, and 12 million of that includes Steam. So, to give you guys some context, I think like Legend ZA sold like 20 million copies. So, actually, if you do the math, Palworld is cutting into Pokemon. And then you think about the fact that they're going to be making a Pal Farm game. And then you think about the fact that they talked about doing a cartoon animated series and merchandise. And then all of a sudden, I started letting my imagination run, okay? And I started thinking about a future. What if 5 years from now, Palworld has a cartoon that's actually popular? And now you're the lame kid if you're playing Pokemon. Think about right now. This could already be happening. If you were to go to school and you were to go to your group of friends and you were to say that you're a gamer and you're playing Pokemon, there's a chance that they might make fun of you because you're not playing Pal World. Think about it. I could totally see that happening right now, even before any of this other stuff. Right now, you could totally be the kid getting made fun of for playing Pokemon because Pal World exists and all the kids are like, Pal World's way cooler, dude. You're an idiot. So now fast track 5 years from now, where all of a sudden Pal World's a cartoon and has merch and a movie comes out for it. And they have 2 offshoot games and they're working on Pal World 2. All of a sudden that 20 million in sales looks a lot more threatening to Pokemon now, does it? All of a sudden now you're the lame kid if you're not playing Pal World and you're playing Pokemon. All of a sudden fast track 5-10 years and now Pokemon is the lame thing to do. Even if it is popular, it's always going to be popular. It's always going to be the money machine that it is. But think about it. What if the perception starts to shift where Pokemon is lame and Pal World is cool? That's really bad for Pokemon. Like, that's actually probably the worst thing that could happen to Pokemon, is that they have a competitor that could go global enough to actually make Pokemon look bad for once, for the first time like ever. Like Digimon tried, and there is certain people who do think Digimon is cooler, but it's not all like that. So, you know, in this little thought experiment that I tossed around my mind, I thought to myself, like, what if we are kind of witnessing the start of like something completely new? Yo, get some love in the chat for Ham Labs coming in with the tier 2, dude. Tier 2 for 38 months, man. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much, man. We've already seen this with Digimon and Yokai Watch. Pokemon's too big. Well, that's the thing, though. You're right. So Digimon failed at destroying Pokemon, but that was because Pokemon was in its prime at the time. Yokai Watch never had a chance because it's too Japanese coded. So you brought up 2 examples that tried and failed, but they tried against conglomerate. We're talking about the peak of Pokemon. Pokemon's no longer at its peak. It's in a valley in a sense. Like, I would argue that we are not in peak Pokemon. Maybe we are with sales and with like options, and like maybe there's more Pokemon players than there's ever been before. But I think you would have to agree that at this moment in time, we are in the lowest point that Pokemon has ever been in a long time when it comes to public perception, right? Like, would you agree with that? Like, I think even if it's still like the most played games and all that stuff, we are in the lowest point that I've ever seen Pokemon in as far as public perception. Pokemon, unfortunately, has put itself in a position where it is the biggest punching bag of the Nintendo franchises. It's the biggest punching bag out of all Nintendo franchises. It's a punching bag of the internet. And I think it's in a what I would call a bit of a low point when it comes to the public eye. You see, when Digimon tried to take over Pokemon, everyone loved Pokemon. And when Yokai Watch came and emerged, it didn't matter because everyone loved Pokemon. But right now, there's a divide. This is the time when you attack Pokemon. This is the time when you attack Nintendo. And I think that they found a vulnerability, right? I think this is because the vast amounts of other franchises Pokemon has to compete with. Pokemon's primary audience is adults that grew up with it. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't have a Nintendo when Pokemon was big in the 90s, 2000s. I've had a hard time getting into it as an adult. What's up, Huey? Competition is good for the consumer. It is. Heck, even Nintendo itself has gone down in perception nowadays for a lot of the internet. Right, so like, as much as I agree with you that so far Pokemon's never been able to be knocked off its pedestal, and here's the thing, I think there's a misconception of what I'm talking about here. I think I caught a hint of it. You ready? Pokemon's never gonna stop. This isn't a conversation of will another monster catcher take Pokemon down from its height. No, that's not what we're talking about. I want to be clear. We're talking about another game having mild success next to Pokemon and taking a piece of its pie. And I'm not like, Pokemon's not going anywhere. Like Pokemon is never, ever, ever gonna not be the biggest billionaire franchise of all time. Like, so like, just to be clear, like, I'm not saying that like this is the end of Pokemon. I'm saying that for the first time ever in all of my years of gaming, I think Pal World actually could potentially become as popular as Pokemon. I'm not saying it's going to make as much money, and I'm not saying that it's going to ever trump Pokemon. It's never going to overstep them. But I could see Pal World becoming as popular and making a good amount of cash because of it. Right? Like, I could totally see that. And that's all, you know, and that's all my thought experiment presented was like, let's say Pal World really follows through with all the things they said they're going to do. Could you imagine in 5 years that just like Digimon, just, I don't know, maybe Yokai Watch, that Pal World tries to go the distance. But unlike Digimon and Yokai Watch, it has a huge following. Like, I would argue that Pal World is more popular than Digimon ever dreamed to be. Is that like fair? Like, I don't know if that's true, but that's what it feels like. But maybe I'm just like in a bubble. I would argue that Pal World is more popular than Digimon has ever dreamed to be, and Digimon's been around for 20 years, and Pal World's been around for 5. And I would argue that Pal World is destroying Digimon right now. Like, it's destroying it. Like, in the US, yes, but overall, probably not. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know what kind of weight Digimon has around the world. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea. Someone who grew up with Pokemon and moved to Shin Megami Tensei in Hollywood or in adulthood. There are so many games in the genre that I like that can do things that Pokemon doesn't. Pal World has a big chance to become a thing right now, especially now that a lot of Pokemon players have fatigue. Well, and that's the thing. It's not that they just have a big chance to become a thing. They are a thing. Like, no, they already are. That's what I'm saying. Like, 20 million installs. That's rivaling the best Pokemon. Like, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet was like 25 million, I think. You know, like they are, yeah, like they are. The advantage of Power World is weapons, be it's on PC. You know what I mean? Like they're already there. And that's why I think over the next 5 years, if they follow through with everything that they said they're gonna do, I could see a timeline where Pal World is on the center stage of monster catching alongside Pokemon for really like the first time ever. Because again, like, I don't know, like I don't know if there was any other game, like specifically game, that was ever able to go toe to toe with Pokemon. And then I don't know if Digimon ever got close either, like even media wise. Like maybe it did. Like I do remember Digimon Saturday morning cartoons, but like I don't know. I guess I have a pretty skewed, ooh, nice money tree. I guess I have a pretty skewed vision of what I remember Digimon being popular, but I remember everyone clearly knowing that Digimon was like the side piece. like I clearly remember Digimon being like the side piece to everybody always, right? It was like the off-brand. It was like the Pokemon at home, right? Like I don't know if Digimon ever got even close to Pokemon, but like I think in order to have a real thought experiment, you have to limit it to just the game. Like we're just talking about games right now. You know what I mean? But if Pal World were to step into like the TV show market and like the movie market and like merch, in 5 years we could see like legitimate crossovers. Like what if Pal World crossovered with like you know, instead of rambling about this, here's a good way to like just wrap up what I'm saying. Because nowadays it's all like messy. Now you have like, ooh, nice, Gulliver. Nowadays you have like 3D printing and like anybody can make a Pal World plush. And so here's a better way to think about it. What if Pal World puts out a game that sells better than a Pokemon game? What if 5 years from now, Pal World 2 sells better than Pokemon 11 or something? What if that happened? Like, wouldn't that be crazy if that happens? Like, wouldn't that be nuts? Not saying Pal World isn't successful, but I'm thinking it's a lot bigger than things like Bakugan and Yokai. Things of that such, because game players are much more numbers now, and with controversy being more prominent over the years, they get a lot of attention from their Nintendo likeness. As a kid, I only knew Digimon as a manga cartoon. Sadly, that's a common theme for Sweden. We never get a lot of games pre-Wii era. That sucks. I can never imagine what it's like living in another country who didn't get games as accessible growing up. Power World Blue. Yo, what up, Cozy? Good morning. Power World Blue is so funny. I would chalk it up to being sign of the times. I could see Power World getting more sales potentially than Pokemon, but only because Power World is newer and fresh, whereas Pokemon has been done for years. See, that's almost unfair to say to Power World, because at that point you're saying that Power World's not a good enough game to get those sales, and it's just recency bias, which there is some truth to that, but that's a little unfair to say. That's a bold assumption. That's almost indirectly talking down on Power World, whether or not you realize it. That take is taking a lot away from Power World as a game. I think Power World as a game is a good game. And it harkens back to an era where games were simple and games were just about the games. And like games were just about, like, don't get it twisted. Like, Power World's popularity isn't just because of the controversy. Like, it's a good game. Like, it's a good game. And it does a lot of things right. And it does a lot of things goofily, but I don't think I'd ever even know about game consoles had my dad not bought us an N64 and Pokemon Snap. What if Pokemon released in the 2020s instead of 90s? Would it still stand as the giant in gaming space? I don't think so, because that's a hard question to answer, just because Pokemon carved out a new niche. So here, let me twist your question, but I'll answer it, then I'll twist it. So first off, I think the answer is no. But I think if you twist the question and say, in 2020, if Pokemon was the first real monster collection to blow up, it wasn't the first, but it was like the first to get popular, then would it still have the same success? And I think the answer is yes. I think the problem in 2020 is now we have indie games, and there's a game coming out like every 3 seconds. Like, really, like there's like a game coming out like every 3 seconds in life now. So now Pokemon doesn't have a niche to carve out, therefore it would never succeed the way it did. Yeah, so that's a tough one, right? Because the whole reason Pokemon succeeded was timing. It was the niche. It was doing something that seemingly had never been done before. Nowadays it's all just whatever. It's like, oh well, that's been done before. This is Animal Crossing GameCube, yeah. You know, so that's a tough one. I think the answer to your question is no, though. I don't think Pokemon would have a chance. The games are too simple, and I don't know if it would be as popular. I think it would still be popular, but I don't think it would be as popular. Right? Like, if Pokemon Winds and Waves was the first ever Pokemon game, would it be as successful? Right? Or I guess a better question would be like Scarlet and Violet, but I think we all know the answer to that, right? Like, if Scarlet and Violet was the first ever Pokemon game, people would have talked down on it. Like, it would have been nothing. It would have been a nothing burger. If Pokemon released any later, I don't think they would have had the market they have. Yeah, there's no way, dude. And that's why I think Pal World has a chance, because Pokemon doesn't have that same backing as they used to. Like you said, when it came out, it was the niche. Beanie Babies and collecting stuff was huge. People did it to collect, and now they do it to resell. Yo, thank you, Detective Rach, for the tier 2 for 22. Yo, what up, Ghibli Gal? Good morning. I re-downloaded Palworld. I did. I re-downloaded it and installed it. I re-downloaded it as well and installed it this morning or last night. I played it for like 10 minutes and then I turned it off. I haven't gone back yet. I might. I'm looking forward to Monster Patch. Monster Patch looks so good. Yo, good morning, Sammy Dot and Starling. I saw pop in as well. And thank you, Ghibli Gal, for the 26-month primer. Thank you so much. There are still some parents who don't allow their children to play games with guns. Pokemon does not have guns, so that's something. Yeah, right. I agree with that. You know, I think as a thought experiment, this is fun, but at the end of the day, you know, Pokemon's not going anywhere. It just really hit me like a ton of bricks that, yo, what up, Morxo? That they actually matched Pokemon sales. And there's not many games that have done that. Like, to be clear, this is the statistic that I saw last night. Listen to this. I'm going to just try to word it. Apparently, Palworld's concurrent players on Steam is in the top 3 of all time. Listen. So out of all of Steam's history, when it comes to the amount of people playing the game simultaneously, either by themselves or with other people, Palworld is in the top 3, right under PUBG and Counter-Strike. Think about this. Like, you have to admit that this is pretty insane. And, you know, I didn't realize that, I knew Palworld got successful because of the controversy and stuff, but I want you to realize that we're not just talking mild success, we're talking Pokemon money. And the only company that can get Pokemon money is Pokemon. Xbox dreams. Sony spent $1 billion on a game, on Spider-Man, for it to only sell like 10 million copies or something. Like this is like, we're talking about the amount of success that is unheard of. Like, this is unprecedented success. Like, we're talking back in the day, 90s Pokemon success. And that's what made me go into this thought experiment. I was like, dude, what if in like 5 years, Palworld is the cool thing and Pokemon's the lame thing? For kids. I started thinking about what it was like on the schoolyard as a kid, right? I was like, I could imagine if you went to school and you had your little Nintendo Switch Lite tucked into your bag and you went to recess and you're like, hey, everybody, look at my Squirtle. There's going to be like 3 kids who are going to be like, Squirtle? Nah, man, we're playing Palworld. I shot a pal in the face yesterday. And the kid who's playing Pokemon's going to feel real bad about himself because he's playing the inferior, uncool game. You have to admit, Palworld has this weird cool factor. So I was like, dude, this is crazy. Like, we might be witnessing the new cool thing. Like, the cooler thing on the schoolyard might be Palworld over the next 5 years. And to reinforce that, they could put TV shows out. They could put out an anime. They could put out a TV show or a movie. They could put out merch. You could be wearing a Palworld shirt if you can't already. And like, you could reinforce the fact your love for the cooler game. And once you start reinforcing your love, once it steps out of just gaming, and now you're wearing the shirt and you're watching the movie, at that point, Pokemon could genuinely be a little bit like in trouble as far as like their pie, right? Like, what if Palworld started taking like 25% of their pie, dude? Like, that's a lot of money, man. Like, yo, thank you for the tier 2, Dr. Peppy. What the heck, man? The upgrade? Oh, they're already putting cards out. No, I forgot to say that. They're already putting cards out. That's what I'm trying to say. They're putting out a card game. Like, what if it actually blows up? What if it actually gets popular? What if in 5 years we're talking about, instead of Poke Streets, it's Pal World Streets, and people are lining up at stores to buy and scalp Pal World cards? Like, what if that's happening in 5 years? What if like Pal World cards blow up and like they become the scalped market alongside Pokemon? Like, what if we see like your favorite actor start buying Pal World cards and he's like, yeah, Pal World's the best. You know what? Like, dude, it would be crazy, dude. Like, it could happen, man. Like, I'm just saying. It's just fun to think about. Like, we could be seeing the new era's Pokemon.
Now, this is
you know, or probably not, or just like as Armazel said earlier, you know, or it's just another Digimon, which it probably is just another Digimon, probably. Dude, thank you so much, Cozy, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Sammy Dot, for the biddies. Thank you, Ghibli Gal, for the prime. Thank you, Cozy, for the biddies as well. Thank you, I appreciate the support. 10-year-olds in the back alley by the dumpster. Yo, I got Pal World cards. Yeah. I don't know. We're going to find out in due time, though. Hold on. This could be a big fish. Waterfall fish? Waterfall fish? This could be big. Hold on a second. Yo, thank you, Kapow, for the 78. How you been, dude? Brungus, they said that they wanted to get the game at 1.0 before they talked about porting it to a console. So I think we can hope that the next plan is console. What up, Miller the Killer? Ooh, try to get me on the first bite. Just a carp. Suck. Want to see my pals? So I do have some Pal World content, but I don't have much for y'all that I can release on YouTube. And I was thinking about playing some Pal World on stream, but I haven't committed. I just been busy. But I did reinstall it and I did load it up, so I've gotten like a couple steps in the right direction. I'm just taking my time, I guess. Nice, big money. There goes your chance with Nintendo ever. I know, right? Yo, thank you for the tier 2 for 50. Nerdy Nurse the Legend. And thank you, Armazel, for the 2 gifted subs. I love that alert so much. Thanks, dude. Cha-ching! Yo, I appreciate that. Nerdy Nurse with the tier 2. Armazel coming in with some good love. There goes your chance with Nintendo. There it goes. At least it wasn't a C+ bass. I know. I gotta count my blessing. How you doing, Mellophone? Good morning. What up, Cero Nacho? Tuning into the YouTube because of work. Get some waves in there over there. Wave them on in. Wave them on in. Yeah, so man, I was thinking real hard about a potential lineup of games that we could see throughout the rest of this year, and about how we haven't gotten like a major Mario title in a while, and how I'm still so shocked that we haven't seen one. I was thinking real hard about that yesterday. Like, why haven't we seen a Mario game? Mario Wonder is actually like 5 years old now, right? Like 3 or 4? Isn't Wonder kind of old now? Where's Mario been? I feel like Mario is missing, but like for real this time. Yeah, I know, same. Like now I'm not so sure because of OOT. Did you enjoy Astrobot? I did. I enjoyed Astrobot, but I didn't get to finish it. But I did enjoy what I played, but I wasn't in the comfort of my home, and I don't know, it just didn't click as well as it could have if I was like playing it on my own time. I was kind of playing it on vacation, and it just didn't like fully click. Where is that fella? But I do want to play Astrobot a lot. I think it was fun. I want to play more of it. Astrobot or Astro's Playroom? I've done both. Well, I've watched Astro's Playroom get played, but then I played Astrobot just a little bit. I think I got to like the third or fourth world. You want to know the funny part about Astrobot is that it's full of Sony references, and I'm not a big Sony guy. And that's the one thing. It's like a lot of it was going over my head, and a lot of it wasn't like nostalgic for me. Not really. They're like, they had all these tons of Sony references, and I realized while playing Astrobot that I'm like not really a big Sony guy. So none of it was like really tickling my brain the way that it probably does for some people. Cozy sending us over the edge with the 169. 10/20/23. It's almost 3 years old. 3D Mario, on the other hand, is really missing. Yeah. I'll say Astrobot probably hits harder if you know most of the game characters from PlayStation's history. Yeah, there it is. So, like, you know, when I went to the... What's the monkey catcher game? Ape Escape. When I went to the Ape Escape world, I remember cheesing because I did play a little Ape Escape growing up. But, like, that was, like, the only time I was really kind of like, okay, this is neat, you know? Yeah, Ape Escape. I'm a little bit more tired than I realized today. What up, JR Prisma? I might need to go grab some more coffee. I think my 10-year-old nephew thinks Pokemon is lame. Roblox is what kids are into. Dude, it's so bad. Roblox it's taking over planet Earth. I'm kind of scared. You know, I saw a statistic that made me feel old, and it all had to do with Mecha Chameleon. Let me see if I can pull this up. This is usually stuff I do on Friday, but we'll be busy with Splatoon Raiders anyways, so. Let me see if I can pull this up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find this statistic because it was really, really neat, but I'll talk about it since I probably won't find it. It was about the size of Steam's player base versus the size of Roblox, and it'll make you cry. Like, it'll make you cry. It'll make you feel old. Yeah, Splatoon came out today. I'm playing tomorrow, y'all. I decided to wait for the physical. So, for the first time ever in, like, history, I think. No, this happened last year. So, anyways, I saw this graph, right? And it showed, like, Roblox. So this all had to do with Mecha Chameleon. All right, so let me just explain it since I don't remember what YouTube video this was in. So I was watching this video and it was talking about Mecha Chameleon. All right, and apparently Mecha Chameleon like is another one of these examples of a game in the industry and of its like success. If y'all haven't kept up, apparently it's Mecha Chameleon, and it's a translation. If y'all haven't kept up. Yeah, it might have been Bellular, right? If y'all haven't kept up with Mecha Chameleon, all right, it is like this really popular game. Well, it turns out what happens nowadays is when a game gets really popular, Roblox creators create a bunch of clones of it. All right? So what this graph represents is the white line is Mecha Chameleon on Steam, the only place you can play it. And over here, these color graphs are all of the knockoff Roblox games that you can play for free that are the same thing. And what this graph shows is that over time, so from June 10th, the game released, and on June 20th, the game was at its peak. And by June 25th, Roblox was already starting to take over. And now there are more people playing the fake free version of Mecha Chameleon on Roblox than there are people playing the real version of Mecha Chameleon. So I didn't know this was happening. So apparently when a game gets real popular and comes out, Roblox makes a bunch of fake clones of it, a bunch of creators, and they make a bunch of fake clones. And then the fake clones end up being more popular than the real game. And now this is a problem for a couple reasons, but that's not what we're here to talk about today. What we're here to talk about how is you want to know all the people that are playing this game on Roblox? It's all the kids, it's the youth. And then it started hitting me. That's it, it's over. Like it's over. Like kids nowadays, they go to Roblox to play their new games. They don't buy them on Steam. Kids aren't going to Steam and giving them $5, dude. Kids aren't going and asking their mom for Steam cards. No, they just go to Roblox and they just play it because it's free. And they've been doing it since they were little because Roblox has been around for so long. We're talking about the 10-year-olds grew up playing Roblox and now they're 15, now they're 16, now they're 17. And they know that all they have to do is go to Roblox and they can play the game for free. And they never, ever have to drop $1 to play something. And they're okay if it's slop. And they're okay if it's messy and if it's light and it's slop. Why? Because it's free. And they've been doing it for years. Why? It's like, why does it matter if that's what you're used to? And it blew my mind, dude. I was like, what? Yo, thank you for the hype train, y'all. Yeah, like I didn't know this was going on. Like this is crazy to me. Yeah. It's a lot more accessible because a lot of these games never get put on anything outside of Steam. Yeah, it's nuts, dude. So basically what I'm trying to say is I felt really old because I've never once downloaded or installed or even I've never been on Roblox in my life. I don't even know where to begin.
H-Day love, H-Day love, H-Day love.
Right? Like I don't even know where, like, so it just made me feel not only old, but then it made me take a look at the gaming industry. And this is like maybe a deeper conversation for another day, but what does it mean when every game gets copied and pasted for free on Roblox? It means that there's a generation of gamers that are growing up that are willing to throw games away because they don't care, because every game is just a dime a dozen slop Roblox remake. So they're going to get into their 20s and they're going to be like, well, then why would we ever buy a video game? And they're going to just keep living this life of playing half-assed, sloppy nonsense. And they're going to go into their 20s and their 30s and they're never going to actually commit to real gaming. And then that's where this is the death, like not to be grim, but like we're watching the death of gaming. At least the way that we know it now. You know, it's never going to go away, but like that's what's happening. Like I'm like, dude, we're seeing these 15 and 20-year-olds. They're totally okay with a game just being something they play once. It's all throwaway to them. It's all throwaway. It's all just onto the next, onto the next, onto the next, onto the next. That's a problem. I think that's a problem. I think that's a big problem for gaming. That kids are being raised to think that games are just a dime a dozen slop. And it's like, dude, that's not gaming. Like gaming was powerful. It was a medium. It was art. It was something that I grew up on. It was a passion project of somebody else. And it's real unfortunate that I think there's a group of gamers growing up that gaming to them is, oh, let me log on to Roblox and see if there's a copy of Splatoon Raiders already. Sick. And then they play it. It's slop. It doesn't have any weight to it. It's not art at all. It's just a copy paste cash grab loaded with microtransactions. And then they just move on to the next game. And then they move on to the next game. And there's never any like weight or agency behind their gaming habits. And it's just slop. Like that's scary to me. Like I didn't realize Roblox was so big. That's really mega scary, dude. Even if it's also kind of cool. And like free games are cool. And like, I think accessibility in gaming is sick. I remember one of my favorite games growing up was Neopets because I was broke. So I also do see like the light side of it. You know what I mean? Like I love Neopets. Have you seen the opening to Breath of the Wild? That's beautiful. Never mind that slop trash rubbish. Have you ever played Moonlight Peaks? No, I played a 15-minute demo, but I haven't played the game outright yet. Roblox is scary in other ways. Oh, of course. Again, that's like a whole conversation, right? I miss when gaming was nerdy and not cool per se, if that makes any sense. I feel like when it became cool, everyone and their mother plays game. Now, I blame Halo. I blame Halo and Xbox for making gaming cool. Those bastards. I remember when Halo came out and everyone's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, all the dads were like, oh, I can get me in some gaming. And it just became this like thing. Like it was all of a sudden cool to game. Halo brought the demise of gaming. Master Chief did this. Master Chief. All right, I'll calm down. I'm just... But I love Halo. Zwalk? What time is it? I'm so very sleepy. Oh dear me, 1,000 pardons. So terribly sorry. I'm afraid I'm a bit of a night. Ow. Mobile gaming really saturated gaming. Yeah. The truth is though, gaming will never die. So it's like super easy to be grim about it, but I'm a realist optimist, and I'll call stuff for what it is, but I always stay optimistic. And obviously gaming's not going anywhere. Why? Because I'm here and I'm gaming. And there's a lot of people who are just as passionate about gaming as me. So it's, it's not like it's actually going anywhere. It's not like there's not always going to be super dope gems in the rough. I always like to apply gaming to the music industry, because if you think about all the other forms of industry, TV's movies and music are kind of adolescents compared to like books, right? Then it goes like TV, and then it goes like movies, and then music. I think arguably music was the last industry of the big four that really blew up to a point of saturation. And that only happened in like the 70s, 60s. So if you think about it, the best correlation we have is music. Now it's a little different because times are very different and technology is very different. And if you could produce AI music in the 70s, it would have made the blow up of music way different. So it's hard to compare, but the point is that I've always looked at music as the perfect correlation of what happens when something gets oversaturated. So what happened when the blues first came around to the point to where there was 15 different versions of the blues, right? Think about it. When rock and roll first came around versus to the point to where there was 15 different types of rock and roll, right? What happened is over time, it got so saturated, there became a lot of slop and what people would consider bad quality music. People slamming in their garage, people not really putting their heart into it. And the big one, people making music for money specifically, instead of making art and hoping to make money off of your art. And that's where like Billboard music and like curated pop music, people trying to master the formula, comes from. Look at gaming. It's the same thing. Think about it. Same thing. Slowly but surely, gaming blows up. Now anybody can make games and get themselves out there. Any games can come around. The genres are all blurred and sloppy. Nobody knows what an RPG is anymore. Nobody knows what a roguelike it is anymore. It's all just all homogenized. So what happens with gaming happened with music. Same thing. And what do we have to do in music? Well, we have to just pick and choose our battles. We dig for the gems. You as a listener of music, just listen to the stuff you like. You ignore the stuff you don't, and you hope that the stuff that's good to you and the stuff that's passionate excels, and you would hope that all passion artists find success. That's not what happens. The same thing with games. Not all passionate games are going to find success. You're going to have a PAL world that just surprise successes every once in a while. The same way that Little Dicky was a surprise success. That dude probably didn't deserve a platform, but he got one because that's just how that happens. All of a sudden now everyone's listening to Little Dicky. Who the f is Little Dicky? I don't know. He might be a good artist. I don't know, but he's probably a clown and it probably doesn't matter, but he got popular and now we all know who he is. And like, look at gaming. It's the same thing is happening in gaming, right? It's like all of a sudden now we're all talking about Mecha Chameleon, and now it's like the thing, right? It's the same thing. So the point that I'm trying to make is music didn't go anywhere. In fact, I would argue that music is the best that it's ever been. where not only do we get like old school sounding music, people who still stick to like analog, like Lagwagon used to be all analog. And then you have artists that are more digital. Then you have, you know what I mean? And then you have artists that are, you know, yeah. But the point is that all niches are filled in music now, and there's something out there for everybody, and that's gaming now. And there's nothing wrong with that. And no matter how bad the music industry got, from what I've heard, the music industry is pretty nasty. We still are enjoying music. And I don't think gaming is going to change either. I think no matter how bad the gaming industry gets and these corporates and all that, we're always going to be gaming. Right. True gaming is reaching its pop phase, which means we gotta all become hip hop heads and indie listeners. Yeah. Well said, YouTube chat. Yeah. You know, it's like, we're just at that point now where we have to dig for the gems, and we're not going to always have great games put in front of us, and it's whatever, you know. This happens to every single medium. I imagine when like fiction books started getting written, every one was probably a banger. And then over time, somebody put out what was considered slop for the fiction read. Do you know? Like somebody back in the day was like, what was the ninth behemoth is this book? Sire, I say slop. Like it's like speaking in old English, like mad that that the book is like not as entertainment. You know, like you know what I mean? Like I'm sure at some point that happened to books as well. We all saw it happen with TV. I think we all watched TV slowly deteriorate into just nonsense, right? And like, how many TV shows are watchable now versus back in the day? Really think about it. How many TV shows are watchable now versus back in the day? We all watched TV dissolve into slop. And we were just like, okay, well, let's just watch the good stuff then. Like, we all watched it happen. We all watched it happen to the movie industry as well, for the most part. Maybe you have to be a little older for that. But, like, movie industry was probably more bangers back in the day. And now it's like, you're lucky if you get a banger kind of vibes, right? Too many TV shows got way too sanitized. Yeah, right. So, you know, when you really put into perspective, what's happening to gaming has happened to multiple forms of media. And all at this point, it's not going to ever like completely go like, this is gaming. Like, welcome. Yeah, it sucks, Teddy Mackerel. It's nasty. From anything I've ever read about the music industry, it's rough. Unfortunately. Yeah, like the artists don't get paid well, they don't make money. It's like it's real brutal. The music industry is a joke. It's just as bad as it is for like game developers, basically. Like, if you are attempting to put out a game, you're like I just watched a video that reminded me of just how bad gaming is. Like, we talked about this not too long ago. Like, you're a game developer and you put out a game and the publisher doesn't give you any money until they recoup their sales. So this is how, like, listen to this. This is the scheme. This is the scheme that apparently has been going on in gaming for years now. And it's all coming out in the wash. Like, this is what they do. You go with the publisher, right? And the publisher says, in order for this game to come out, we're going to pay you to make this game. And when the game releases, you don't get a single dollar until we get all the money we paid you back. After that, you get a percentage of the sales. And what happens is the game comes out, they shut the studio down before they ever make their money back. And then the publisher owns the IP and just makes all the money. And then you just are gone. So basically in this exchange, all you got paid for was making the game. You don't ever get any money after the game releases. So all of the sales of the game, none of that goes in your pocket, but you're the ones who made the game. This is apparently happening all over the gaming industry, that they pay developers to make a game. The studio says, okay, I'll make that game. They say, you don't get paid until we get our money back. And then before they get their money back, they just shut the studio down. So then the studio doesn't ever get recouped after that. Like all they get is the paycheck to make the game, which, hey, at least like they get a check in general. But think about that for a second. Think about how dirty that is. So then now all of a sudden, let's say Pal World blows up. And this is a bad example because they're all in-house, but I'm just saying, like, let's just say your game randomly blows up and it gets billions of sales. The developers don't see a single dollar of it. A single dollar. So the people who actually put their blood, sweat, and tears into the game, nothing. Just the fat cats who say they own it, they're the ones who get paid. And it's been happening for a while, apparently. And this is why gaming has like been in the state that it's in. And this is why we're not getting as many passion projects. This is why we're not getting as like tenure in the industry. Like apparently it's hard for studios to stay together and people to keep their jobs. This is all because the gameplay right now is to just pay for the developers on a contract, essentially, to make the game, and then for the publishers to make all the money because it's their IP and stuff. Yeah, it's terrible. Like it's miserable. I'm going to the forest to look for Robin Hood. Be back later. Yeah. Yeah, the Crafton Subnautica 2 stuff. Yeah. They told all the good stories for books, and then it entered a bit of a lull, and then Token and Lewis saved it in the 60s. I showed my mom what the new Bob the Builder looks like, and she was like, what on earth is this? Wait, is there a new Bob the Builder? What's up, Toffee? Hold on. Bob the Builder 2026. Oh, he's a freak. Get him out of here. I don't like this. Oh, nasty. So here's original Bob, my boy. Look at this freak. Look. Oh, it's nasty. I don't like this at all, dude. What the hell is this, man? Look at him. He's staring into your soul. Ah! That's not Bob the Builder. That's take it away, get it off the screen. Dude, oh my gosh. See stove, you can't, dude. You can't see stove. My husband and I decided to get our little girl a GBA instead of an iPad. We're going to start collecting more games. Dude, that's so cute. I love hearing about parents putting in like effort to kind of create an experience in this digital age with their kids. First off, all parents, I think at their heart, are good parents. And while that obviously isn't fully true, let's just always begin these types of conversations with something along the lines of, you know, you're probably putting your best foot forward, and no, do your best. Don't ever let conversations make you feel bad, parents. But I do think it's really cool when a parent put an extra effort in to doing something like that, kind of getting people hip to more analog stuff and maybe a little less of the digital stuff. And I think that's right. I always love hearing about that kind of stuff. I don't know why. Thank you for the biddies, Cozy. Look up Barney. Nah, dude, I've already went into this trap once. I'm not going again. Thanks for popping in today, Tokyo Chan, by the way, and Maldito. Good morning, Alto Girl. And Lyra's Galaxy, welcome back, Lyra. What's up, Talnov? Can we fix it? Apparently not. Can we fix it? No, burn him and throw him away. Can we fix it? No, because we locked him up and put him in jail with Mr. Mime. Yo, dear diary, good morning. Whitney Soups and Petite Lapine, welcome to the show today. Lucinda, welcome to the show. I knew today was going to be a yap fest. That's just the mood I'm in. I knew it. Dude, we're yapping hard. I'm having fun though. Yeah, dirty gaming practices. Beef season 2. You don't need to watch season 1. Producers will try to launch songs on TikTok. As someone who works in the music industry, you're pretty much right. Yo, what's up, Aubrey? How you been? Yo, Super Rin, it's good to see you, by the way. Thanks for joining in on the conversation. It's always fun yapping with y'all. I appreciate y'all joining in. Thanks. All right, we have to donate this, but I wanted to go see something was posted by Duel and Gaming Discussions. Oh, this is a Roblox game? This doesn't even look like a Roblox game. This is crazy. You know what this reminds me of? Like, dude, this is crazy. This is a Roblox game. Look at this. This is Roblox, by the way. I don't see any row, and I definitely don't see any blocks. Don't know about y'all. So this is what I was trying to say earlier. Like, this is like when I had that moment where I was kind of being like, I'm a little afraid about gaming. It's because, like, imagine if you now put yourself in the shoes of a 10-year-old who started on Roblox and who is already convinced that they can get almost all of their gaming experiences for free by just logging into an app. Why would you ever buy Call of Duty? Yeah, Roblox is like a system. It's like it's basically a platform where people can make games. Yeah, kind of like Fortnite a little bit these days. Yeah, yo, what's up, Pessimosaurus? Thanks for 42. Right, so like this is what we're saying. It's like that's why you saw that fear come out of me a little bit. You know, that commentary about being a little bit afraid about the future of gaming, because I think it's a legitimate fear. Not that I'm one to fear monger. I don't normally share these thoughts because that's not the theme of our show here. I'm here to uplift. But I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because I think it's like a legitimate worry. And it does make me wonder, like, are we going to go like 10 years from now? Are we going to have a generation of gamers who like, this is how they game? They don't buy games. And if gamers stop buying games and if gamers stop like cherishing games, I think that just pushes us further into like digital era. I think that this is unfortunately exactly what the corps want, because if the corps can get you on these free apps and put microtransactions in front of you, they win. And then it's gonna be up to us even more to buy indie games and to support indie artists. And like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just becoming even more important that we support our niche. And at this point, if you don't realize it, you are now in a niche if you buy video games. Think about it. If you buy a video game on Steam or if you buy Nintendo games, you are now the niche market. Welcome to 2026. You are now the niche market. And like, just be aware of that, because my old ass was not aware of that. I don't know if I'm just the foolish one, but I was not aware of that. I thought I was like a regular gamer. No, apparently regular gaming is Roblox. Now, not all of that is completely true. Like, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but like, you get what I'm saying? Like the kids, the youth, and they matter, you know? But I don't know. I don't know if it's any different than like a bunch of kids playing Neopets for free growing up. The only difference is that it's just a higher scale. Like Minecraft. Minecraft is the best example we have. And I definitely think that Minecraft and Fortnite have shown us that while that stuff can be really popular and take over, it never completely took over, did it? So I'm not necessarily afraid that Roblox will completely take over. Like, who cares? If Minecraft couldn't completely take over, and if Fortnite couldn't completely take over, I don't think there's a universe where Roblox can magically do it. Can't remember the last time I bought a physical game. Yeah, you're not alone. You're cute calling yourself old. Thank you. Older, seasoned. Thanks for the follows, by the way. Yeah, we're yapping today. We're yapping a little bit. Also, Mod Chat, thanks for posting that Barney, punks. I didn't want to see that. Barney's World. The Barney isn't as bad, though. The Barney isn't as bad as the Barney isn't as bad. You have to admit, like it's bad, but like it's not that bad, but it's pretty bad. I like the kid with the hair in the middle though. This kid's sick. I hate it. It's fine compared to Robert. I don't know. Something about the Barney's like acceptable. It kind of looks like they made Barney with AI though. It has that yassification, like that like weird uncanny valley like energy to it. Yo, what up, Gold Evis? Oh heavens, who's in Archaeopteryx? Archaeopteryx, a dinosaur, my word! A truly monumental discovery! Ah, yes, magnificent! The detail on these feather impressions is absolutely breathtaking, what? Now then, this creature is of utmost importance in the field of paleontology. It is a legendary missing link. You see, while it possessed the feathers and wishbone of an avian creature, it was decidedly reptilian. Indeed, it retained the sharp teeth, clawed wings, and long bony tail of a theropod dinosaur. Just imagine it, gliding through the late Jurassic canopy, and a dinosaur taking its very first foray into the skies. Oh my stars, Blathers, you old windbag, I've done it again, prattling on until I'm blue in the feathers. Please excuse me. New Blue's Clues? I haven't seen New Blue's Clues. Dude, speaking of dinosaurs, I just discovered that there's way more news about the T-Rex than we realize. And like, apparently our knowledge of the T-Rex has actually gone through a ton of iterations. And our current, if this YouTube video was accurate, our current understanding of the T-Rex has changed drastically since Jurassic Park came out in like the 90s. And here I'll give you guys the cliff notes. Here's the cliff notes. So you probably heard the popular idea that T-Rex had feathers, but it turns out probably only youthful T-Rex had feathers. Then it turns out again that so this is the timeline. So they found out that there might have been feathers on T-Rex, and they were studying these teenage or like young adult T-Rexes. Well, then they found out that these young adult T-Rexes were actually probably a part of a completely different group of T-Rexes. And they're called like nanosauruses. All right, so over these years, they have discovered that there is a group of like similar to T-Rex dinosaurs that don't ever get that big that do have feathers. And that regular T-Rexes could have feathers, but they shed them all as they get bigger. And T-Rexes were probably warm-blooded, which is why they maybe shed their feathers as they get older, because they don't need their feathers because they're warm-blooded. And turns out that we thought T-Rexes were big, but they could actually get a lot bigger than we realized. Like maybe double the size we thought. So we thought T-Rexes could be like 10 tons. Well, apparently they could be like 20 tons. No exact numbers here, but like roughly. Apparently they could be massive. Also, apparently T-Rexes don't stand up straight. They stood like this, and they used their big tail and their head as a counterbalance. So they would hunt with their bodies like this, head, tail, legs, and they would hunt with their head down, and it would make them faster and swifter, and it would make them a lot easier for them to go into like hyper mode. Basically big alligators. They also are realizing, they used to think that their teeth would hang out of their mouth, and they found out that their teeth were actually a way more important part of their body, and that the teeth were actually probably inside of their mouth, and that they were like way more killing machine devices than we thought. Like they had like sharp, jagged edges, and they had allegedly a T-Rex had the force of like crocodiles' dreams. Like crocodiles have the strongest snapping force in like nature, I think, or close to it. And like T-Rexes were probably on like a whole like next level, like out of the ballpark of how much force when they slam their jaw closed. And I think that's everything I learned. So yeah, apparently our knowledge of T-Rexes has evolved a ton over the past 20 years. And turns out that a bunch of the T-Rexes we were studying are not even T-Rexes at all. They thought they were young adult T-Rexes. Turns out they were actually a different species called like Nanosaurus or something. And there you guys go. That's all I know. That's all I know about it. I think that's all. I think that covers everything. Isn't that kind of cool though? Yeah, isn't that kind of cool? So, here's the other thing. Turns out T-Rexes probably had the best sniffers in all of like history of animals. And the closest thing to a sniffer that we've ever even been able to study is a cat's nose. And T-Rex could have had like triple the nose power of a cat. So they said that unfortunately Goldblum and Jurassic Park would have fallen flat because T-Rex would have smelled you 5 times faster than you would have ever gotten away from him. He would have smelled your ass way before he even saw you, and he would have been biting you before you had a chance to get away. Like they would have smelled you before anything else. Apparently their noses are like insanely powerful. Yeah. It's bite force, not bite speed. Yeah, I think it has to do with force, right? So the reason I brought up the bite force is because that's why they're saying that their teeth were in their mouth. Because if the teeth were not in their mouth, they couldn't have had the force of jaw because they would have like they could have like hurt their teeth. And like gators get away with it, but that's like one of the only creatures that do or something like that. Boom, 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 boom. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff. I didn't realize that T-Rex lore had gotten so different. Good morning. Hey, Hylian. It's been a long time, huh, neighbor? So tell me, what did you want? Yo, can I help out? Sorry, I can't think of a single thing. I'm here for the dino lore. Where would the teeth be if not the mouth? Oh, sorry, I just meant in the mouth versus hanging out of the mouth. Apparently back in like 2000, we were under the impression that T-Rex's teeth like hung out of the lips. And now we're realizing that their teeth were structured in a way, they were called soft teeth, where they were wet and in the mouth, and they had enamel and stuff like that, that we thought they were more like crocodiles. Turns out, no. Their teeth would have had to have been very strong, and in their mouth is the best way to make strong teeth, apparently, because of their force of their jaw snapping closed. And because it's so powerful that if their teeth were out of their mouth like crocodiles or alligators, that the teeth would be shattering every time that they close. That's how powerful their jaw. So that goes to show you that crocodiles are known as having some of the most powerful jaws, and the T-Rex was so powerful that their teeth would have had to have been in their mouth, or they would have shattered their own teeth at closing, which is like pretty nuts. Space stuff has changed? Oh yeah, dude. I'm hip with the space stuff. Oh, I'm hip. Yeah, hippo is like the strongest, and I think like they kept bringing up crocodiles because of reptiles, but they didn't actually bring up hippos in the video. But the point, they were just trying to compare them to crocs. This dino will eat your soul. True. Can we have a special saying between us? Neighbor is getting a bit old. Nah, stick with neighbor. You had me at space stuff. Go on. Oh yeah, space stuff is getting nuts. It's all because of AI. Like there is a positive side to AI, even if it sucks. And the positive side is, so basically they're able to take a they're basically able to take snapshots of the sky so rapidly that they can string all the snapshots together, and they can paint pictures of the sky on a way that we've never been able to in human history. And this is allowing us to really look at like everything around us way more than we've ever been able to, and to truly see things on a level like unheard of. So that's a big part of like the advancements we're making. But there's been some real existential crisis moments. Like, first off, we recently discovered that the universe is way older than we thought. So like, let me rephrase the gravity of this. We thought that the universe was a certain age, and we recently discovered that there are galaxies that are further than we ever imagined. So all of a sudden, our whole theory on how the universe worked and how old it was just got flipped up on top of its head in the past year. And now we're all scrambling to like figure out like, wait a second. So, and then we found older and older and older and older, and we keep finding even older galaxies. And we're realizing that we have no idea. This is classic science. We always go through a period of, wait a second, we have no idea what we're talking about. Turns out we don't know anything. And we're at that again. We're at like a reset point where we're just like, wait a second. And then the only other fascinating thing that you need to know is that we've done a lot of research. Like, we've been doing more research on like black holes than ever before, and we're finding a lot more about black holes, and black hole theory has really gotten like elevated, and there's a lot of really fun conversation about what's on the other side of a black hole. There's a theory that we are in a black hole that math supports, and that at the other side of every black hole is another universe. That's like basically the theory is like, at the other side of every black hole is another universe, and that there's just universes all over the place, and we could be in a black hole. And that's like kind of like the simplest way to say that without going into nerdy stuff. You would think scientists in other fields would use AI different discoveries for research on things we've never got to learn about. Yeah, I think it's starting to happen. Yeah, I think our understanding of plants and how plants like communicate has gotten increased recently. Medical stuff has gotten increased. We're starting to be able to like pinpoint sources of cancer way earlier than we ever have before. So there is definitely a lot of sciences that are getting uplifted because of like the recent technology burst. Yeah. So I try to keep up with some of that stuff because I feel like we all need a little good news in the middle of all the bad news. Unless you're somebody who likes bad news, then good news for people who like bad news. Great album. But anyways, so I try to keep up with like the positive stuff that's happening. And yeah, like there's a ton of like medical achievements that are happening like every day at this point. And we're starting to discover all sorts of really cool stuff with, protein folding, and like a lot of cancer research is definitely popping off because of AI stuff. And we're starting to find like real like cures. You can use the word like real cure type stuff for like certain sides of like cancer. Unfortunately, cancer is so diverse and there's so many different types. It's not just, you can't just use the word cure in a blanket way, but they are starting to figure out more about how it all works and like, better preventative measures than we've ever had and stuff like that. Boom, boom. I'm scared about the night. Yeah, I mean, that's a scary thought for sure. You got to be even more careful about practices than ever before. Who did your animated emotes? A good amount of people did my animateds. It depends on which ones, but my most popular animated artist is Wacerity. And that's the one that's like most notable at the moment when it comes to a lot of my animated stuff, Wacerity. But if you click on the emote, you can see the artist. I think it's like Wacerity's the name. They're really talented. Nanotechnology is getting crazier too. Yeah, there's a person who has put nanotechnology into their body, and now they can work their computer with just their mind. Like this person accepted the experiment because they had no other choice. So like they specifically was a person who was like crippled or like a paraplegic is the term specifically, and they didn't really have many options on how they navigated life. So they accepted this experiment, and now they can use their computer with their mind. Like they can straight up like think and like open up a browser on their computer. Like that's like a real thing. I might not be giving you like the full information, so do your own research, but like that's like a real thing that has happened. It's documented. Like, it is documented. Like, nanotechnology in your brain, you can use a computer. Like, it's real. Go look it up. It's only like it's only been like 1 or 2 cases or something. But yeah, it's starting to get crazy. Yo, what up, Banana Universe? What up, BU? I just got back. I had to rage. What did they do to Bob? Yeah, dude, you're good, Aaron. No worries, Rio Keen. I'm glad you're still hanging out with us over on YouTube chat today. Thank you. I have been reading your messages, even if I don't reply to all of them right away. Thank you for your patience. Stuff is creepy. I mean, it is creepy. It's totally a valid feeling. Everyone's going to be a little bit uneasy to that kind of technology because it's wild. Yeah, that's a completely valid feeling, man. Yeah, it's super freaky. Hey, you, Hylian. What could be so important that you neglect your sworn duty to come and say hello to me? My bad, dude. Entertain me. Do you take part in all the activities in the village? If you don't, you'll never get any goodies from Tortum or the mayor. Well, that's fine if you don't want free stuff, I mean. I gotta go deliver this to Tabby. Do you have the Link to the Past guide yet? The official one with the cool backstory and art? No, I don't. I was kind of looking for one of them, and yeah, you're talking about the paperback guide from back in the day. No, I don't have that. I was thinking about hunting it down, but I try to be picky about the stuff I buy because I have a lot of things in life that need my money. So I'm trying to be like extra careful about where I spend my cash. All right, my inventory is smacked. Let's go ahead and give Tabby her clothes. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff though, right? Space stuff has definitely gotten crazy cool, and we're discovering all sorts of different ways to look at and map out the universe better than we've ever been able to. And this is allowing us to see stuff we've never been able to see before, like galaxies that are farther out than we ever thought could even be possible. And essentially our horizon of what the universe's end is like bigger than we thought. Pretty fun stuff. And then as far as, so what kind of random knowledge do I have? So random T-Rex knowledge. I just couldn't avoid this dinosaur video. Anybody still kind of a dinosaur freak at heart? I had to watch this dinosaur video and learn about T-Rex. I was learning about space recently. What else was I watching? Sometimes I just consume random knowledge. What was the other? I think there's one more thing. I've been watching a lot of gaming stuff, and I'm deep in the sauce of like the industry's take on the Sony stuff still. And I'm still kind of like I'm still interested in learning about the more people that talk about it and how many people out there are truly up in arms about the Sony stuff and like where that's going to go. So yeah, what up, Mitch? My 3-year-old niece has reignited my love for dinosaurs. Yeah, I've always loved dinosaurs, dude. Read the old Link to the Past Nintendo Power comics, dude. I'd like to read Zelda stuff. There's also a bunch of Zelda mangas out there. Kind of just dissipated after 2 weeks post announcement. Yeah, there's still people out there fighting a good fight, but it's a little quieter. I thought I was watching a dino doc when I was a kid. Turns out it was just We're Back. Wait, what? For sure, my friend can name a dino for every letter in the alphabet. It's a cool party trick. No way, dude. That's so cool. I'm nowhere near as cool as that. I love watching a good dinosaur horror game. Apparently, there's a Souls-like game where you play as a dinosaur with a sword in your mouth. It's called Dino Blade. I haven't seen you in forever. Want to hear something cool? In the 3 months since I saw you last, I totally lost 5 pounds. I mean, give it up for me, right? I'm lean and mean. I'm toned. Am I not looking super fine? You're always looking super fine, Tabby. Come on. 9 months, I think, counter. It goes 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, and then 6 months after that. right, nice. What did I get? Green lamp. All right, I think we have some bugs to donate real quick before we go selling and start making some cash. These sound effects are so nostalgic. I love this game. Green lamp. Chef's kiss. True, that's a favorite of yours. This is me whenever I lose 1 pound. I'm lean and I'm mean. How you doing today, Minty Mont? Thank you again for all the support today, by the way, chat room. All right. Crazy that I have a 4-year badge. Guardian Shield's my least favorite. Yeah, you'll be out of the Guardian Shield neck of the woods eventually. At least you don't have to have it for 6 months. All right, let's go sell this stuff. Oh, hi, Tangy. That's your text tone? That's a good text tone. That's a good text tone. That's good. Somebody took a tour of my New Leaf house, was very shocked when my main room was very green. Not just furniture, but the lighting. It was very green. Creativity brain fog. Really? All this stuff was already donated, huh? Okay, I believe you, Blathers. Wait, I have a lot of money on me. Let's go pay off some of our debt real quick. We gotta be careful. We gotta be careful carrying all this money around. It's literally perfect. Yeah, it's perfect. If nanotech heads the way it is, the future will have stuff like vision crimes where hackers literally get into your brain and see through your eyes. Vision crimes, dude. Here they come. Repay loan. All right, down to 220,000. We're getting close. Brain hacking. That's just meta glasses. Dude, meta glasses are interesting though. I'm not gonna lie. Anybody else like at least somewhat interested in meta glasses? Even if I'll never buy them. Like just the concept is interesting to me. Like this idea of a pair of glasses that I can like, I don't know, do stuff with while I'm in public. Like I can like, I don't have to like pull up my phone. Like I could play Pokemon Go without pulling up my phone. Is that like a thing you could do? Just like boop, 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 boop. Catch a Pokemon by like pressing the side of your head like you're a secret agent. Boop. That'd be sick. I like the idea of live translate. That would be cool. Yeah, plug in like an earphone and it translates for you. That's already like a thing, I think. I think you can get a thing that you plug into your ear that translates everything you hear. I think that's already a technology that exists to some extent. Yeah. So we're already getting there. I think it's super scary for women. Oh, of course. Oh yeah, dude. Being able to just film people without really like knowing you're being filmed, even though you can kind of tell somebody's wearing meta glasses, is pretty freaky. Of course. That's mega freaky. Of course. My partner's AirPods can do that. Don't have to have an earphone. They have audio. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's identify some more fossils. Yeah, the translator earpieces, that's so cool to me. What a smashing fossil. I see. This beauty is most certainly in Archaeopteryx. Okay. What else we got in here? We're only missing one fossil to finish our a museum here. The kid I had in my class would record people at Walmart. I realized that the other day. So you guys have heard of like the flock camera stuff? I realized the other day, I'm like, dude, we're at the point now where it's like, when you're out in public, you have to be the most stiff and like just regular person all the time. Like, gone are the days where you could like pick your nose and wipe it in public and like not get and like get away with it. Not that I would ever do that, but like gone were the days where you could like pick your ass in public, like go to like the anime aisle at the bookstore and like rip some ass and like pick your butt a little bit. You can't do that anymore. Nah, man, like you're gonna get caught, dude. Yo, what's up, Llama? Hey. Yeah, I took off Tuesday and Wednesday this week. I'm back though. Yo, Cooper with the Kappa. When was that acceptable? It's not that it was acceptable, it was that you wouldn't know I was doing it. But now you can't. Now I can be now I'm like driving down the street and I got cameras looking into my car while I'm picking my nose. Like now I can be caught, like between the flock cameras and the glasses. Now, like, you know, it's like you can't win. Like you are just recorded 24/7. 24/7. I was hearing about in some cities they'll have flock cameras and set up in a way to where you are watched for like whole sections of the city. Like they have one camera that leads into the next, that leads into the next, that leads into the next, and you can just be watched no matter where you do or where you go. Just 24. Like you walk out of your house, there's a camera watching you. Walk down the street, camera watching you. It's routing where you went. You went to the grocery store. Well, guess what? Camera watching you. Like that's crazy. Like we're just a different era, you know? Gone are the days where you could have a real alibi when you're out there murdering. You know, that sucks. Like I feel bad. The serial killers, you ain't gonna have an alibi. You can't be like, I was at my dude's house the other day. Nah, you weren't. We knew exactly where you were. Get him with the thought crime. You were thinking about doing something bad. Get him. Call RoboCop on you. Gone are the days you're just getting surveillanced. Yeah. You're getting surveilled. Minority Report. Yeah, dude. Now you have to use the backpack technique from middle school, except instead of it hiding. No, I'm not even reading that out loud. Mistake. But how did you know about the backpack technique, man? That's how you. Dang, man. That brought me back to my days. Interesting. There's so many cans, but people are still. Yeah, I know. Well, they're not everywhere. I don't know how bad it is in every state, but apparently it's becoming a thing. It truly is like becoming a point to be worried about, because originally these cameras were like private and they were like only for like private use. And then I just watched a video that was talking about how there was like a handful of crimes that already happened with them, with police, where like one police officer was tracking his wife like on 15 different counts, where he was like using the flock cameras to track his wife. He ended up having to step down. Then there was like another where like a cop was tracking his ex, and for like 15 different times he went into the system just to look to see where his ex had been, because the way that the flock cameras are set up, they can just like track your license plate, and then it pulls up a system of every camera that's ever tracked you. And then now they're getting in bed with the flock company, whereas before you used to be able to go to flock and be like, what cameras have tracked me? Here's my info. I want to know who's tracking me. Now apparently you're not allowed to do that anymore, and there are already some states that are making it to where you cannot contact flock. They will say no to you because now it's police. So, oh, well, it's against your best interest for you to know if you've been tracked, because cops want to know if they're, so like now the police are working with it. So it actually is kind of a problem. It's like, yeah, see, you can FOIA, but that's what I just read. Apparently Florida, I think it is it just made it illegal to FOIA the information. Like, that's only one state, right? It's only one state, but like, I think it's like, there's a state out there that just put a law in place that said like, you can't do the Information Act specifically with Flock. And they're already trying to shut it down. Like that's the problem, is like, there is like stuff in place to kind of stop this, but it's already being eroded instantly. And like, it's becoming a problem in some states. We've had 4 cops to be stalking women on cameras in Milwaukee. Yeah. Like real goofy, dude. Like it really is like, unfortunately, a weird era. Apparently people in Canada were destroying the cameras. Like just going up to them with like mask on and just destroying the cameras. I thought that was pretty funny. I was like, well, that'll show him. That's awesome. Yeah. I was like, oh. The deflockers. They record up to 24 hours after being taken down. They got internal batteries. Yeah, super crazy. So we'll have to see what happens, but it's like a real thing that was like just kind of happening slowly. And then now it's just hitting the news, but the cameras are already everywhere. I don't know how bad it is in Ohio. I don't get around enough, but unrelated. I got the sandwich badge from Phineas yesterday and I laughed out loud. Oh, you like the sandwich badge? So in the island game, you can get a sandwich badge for finding 100 weeds. If you've collected 100 weeds, you can get the sandwiches badge. The other secret badge has been discovered as well. One of the other ones, the rich cracker badge, where you get a badge if you got stung 100 times, and I called it the Ritz Cracker because of the way it looks when you get stung. Yeah. The Ritz Cracker badge. There's the sandwiches badge. I'm trying to think, do I have a couple other rare ones in there? Wait, it does look like a cracker. Yeah. Never leaving the house again. That's how I feel, though. I was thinking about how maybe I'm weirdly at an advantage that I don't drive at the moment. I was thinking about that yesterday. Like maybe I'm like weirdly at an advantage. Like just in this very moment in time. They could see in your house, not this house. All right, I got my windows are all closed. No, I didn't want to release that. Oops. With Wi-Fi? True. The Wi-Fi. Don't even get me started on that. It's stinky up in here. I just got to open up my windows and air out the house for 24 hours, and it was so nice. It was so nice. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. I think this is all stuff that I have doubles of. Just in case, let's go make sure that we have... I'm just going to sell it all. And I'm going to hope that past me didn't do me dirty here. I know for a fact I have another mushroom mural. I'll sell this one. The dirt model I've bought. I'm going to keep the question mark block. I don't trust past me. And if so, I'm sorry. What's up, Miss Scargan? Yeah, I imagine that stuff is happening. Up until recently, that stuff was happening on some scale. I think the biggest concern nowadays would be that it can happen automatically. That's the part that bugs me out. I've already committed, like I already understand that the government has everything they need to know about me. I've accepted that fate years ago. Anybody else? Like, I used to make jokes about how I've given in to the Google overlords. I used to say that 15 years ago. I used to go around like, yeah, the Google overlords are going to take over one day, so I'm just going to give them my info now. Who cares? But I think now with like for example, Twitch now has AI in the background of all your conversations on Twitch. Like that's when it gets a little uncomfortable, because I don't trust AI to figure out how to discern a real bad situation with like a regular situation. You know what I mean? Like, you hear these horror stories of like people getting arrested because an FBI agent didn't think to do research and he just went with AI's word. You hear about that all the time, and it's like, like I read about like some lady and her husband got like pulled out of their car at like gunpoint, and their 6-month-old baby was like stuck in the car during the whole process, all because AI had flagged their car as being like something really bad. And it turns out that it was completely wrong, and they had nothing to do with anything. Meanwhile, they're on the street, on the ground, like in cuffs. Their kids getting traumatized at the age of 6 years old. And they didn't do anything. Like, they literally just got ripped out of their car. The cops were being super aggressive for no reason. And they didn't even take the time to like really look into it. They were just like, all right, AI said it was this, let's go. Now, of course, these are like real bad examples, but still, man, it's not the best. Yeah, it's like, I don't like that one little bit. I don't like that one little bit, dude. I'm like, oh, that sucks. It's like, oh, you could be flagged for anything. Like, yikes. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I agree with that, M and Beyond. Hopefully there's some regulations eventually. John Oliver did an episode about this. Oh, did he? I might have watched that. I might not have. I don't remember. I do like John Oliver, though. If anything, just for his comedy, but I also like some of the topics he talks about. I like him a lot. Think it's easier? Yeah, sure. Right. Because, like, you see people attempting to do it all the time. Like, I was watching Moist Critical watch videos about people impersonating to be cops and getting like real jail time. And all of them had like documents, and I'm laughing to myself and I'm thinking all of those documents were like generated by AI. Like, you know it. Like, I was thinking to myself, like, how nice it would have been to have AI like 15 years ago when I could have had like a doctor's note created for me because I didn't want to go to work that day. You know what I mean? And I was like, dude, that would have been the perfect era to be alive. Like, I could just be like, yo, doctor's note. Because you better guarantee that most employers aren't calling your doctor to like make it real. Like, to make sure that it's real. Like, sure, some of them are. You know, you have those managers out there that are really thorough, but like most of them are not doing that, right? So it's like, I just wish I could have done that stuff growing up. Like, I would have been so cool to be able to just get like a fake note like written by my mom by like AI. Like, here's a note from my mom that says I can't go to school for the next 2 weeks. Like, and then I'm just chilling until I get caught. Like, I would have been such a bad kid, and I was already a pretty bad kid. You know what I mean? Like, dude, Teddy Mackerel, you do have to be careful about that for sure. He does go a little deep sometimes. It's pretty funny stuff, though. I imagine like doctor's notes mean nothing nowadays. Good artists were born in the manual forging notes era. I forged a doctor's note twice and got away with it. And all I did was have somebody else write the note for me on a half a sheet of note paper and just sign it. And it was just like, and then And both times it worked like well enough, but if they would have looked into it at all, it would have been a little bit troublesome. I've had to notarize a couple of school lunch pass forms. That's crazy. Yeah, every once in a while I would pull something like that out, but I will say this though. I wasn't afraid to pull out the family member died trick. And I know some of y'all feel real bad about doing that, but I was not afraid to do that. Anybody else? I'll admit it. Admit it, chat. Have you ever pulled that trick out before? So-and-so family member died and I need a couple days off, or I need a day off. Somebody else had to have pulled that trick. I know I'm not the only one, dude. And I know some people like, dude, that's crazy. Why would you ever do that? And it's like, come on. Like, I know I'm not the only one that's like, yeah, this dude died. Like, it's messed up, but like, I've done it. I've been close to doing it, but you haven't done it? That's crazy. I've done it. I think I've had my uncle died like 3 times. I think I've had an aunt die twice. I had a grandma die once. I was too scared that yeah, I know. That's a lot of people get worried. They're like, oh man, but am I like putting that into the universe? And then like, what if it happens? Yeah, that's scary. There's a soul tax, man. Like, no, there is a soul tax. For sure. Like, there's a real soul tax. It's a thing. Like, you got to think about it. But like, I've taken the tax more than once. I've just been like, whatever, dude. I don't want to go to work. Just call them in and be like, I need a couple days to grieve. Sorry. And I'm just sitting there playing World of Warcraft like an asshole. Just like relaxing at home. Like, pretty messed up, I suppose. Pretty messed up. Good luck, Grandma. Yo, what up, Cat? What up, Ice Coffee Co? Hey, man, a baby's got to do what a baby's got to do. I'm trying to get off of work, all right? And if you won't let me just call off and take a personal day, well, then I'm hitting you with the uncle just passed. Yeah, when it comes to capitalism, like, what do you want me to do? If you're not going to let me take a personal day, if calling in and taking a personal day means my job is threatened, I'm just gonna lie to you. And that's every job I've ever had, except for one. That is how it worked. If I were to try to call off, I would be in a good position of losing my job. That's how kitchens and retail works. They work you like dogs. So it's like, what do you want me to do? It's like, I'm taking a personal day and I'm gonna do it through any means necessary. Soul tax, here it comes. I believe in karma too much. I know, Willow. I know the soul tax will catch up to you. Your old boss somehow coming across the stream. Yeah. So if I need a day off, I need a day off, and you don't need to need a reason. Well, yeah, that's the problem, right? Like, I don't think people realize how bad it is for most jobs. Like, there's a lot of people in this room even who probably have no idea how bad it is. Like, I'm talking, you call in and try to say, hey, you know, I'm not feeling well. I'm not going to come in. And then it's, okay, well, what's wrong? Well, it doesn't really matter what's wrong. I'm just not feeling well. Are you sick? Well, yes. So at that point, you're either lying or you're not. So at that point you say, okay, no, I'm not sick. I'm just not feeling well. Well, do you have a doctor's note? No, I don't. I don't have the money to go to a doctor because you don't give me insurance, but I'm not feeling well, so I'm not coming in. 2 things happen at this point. You either get told okay, and then you get put on a shit list, and you come back to work the next day and your employees hate you, your fellow employees hate you, and your boss hates you. Everyone's talking down on you behind your back, and there's a good chance that you are now on the less valuable employee list for 1 day. This is a reality, man. And there's a lot of people here that have to do this every day. So please understand, like, it's bad. And at that point, now you will never get a promotion. You will never have an opportunity. And you have to sit there and grovel and work like a dog for a year before any opportunities come in your way. Because you wanted to call off a single day. Because you wanted to take a single personal day. It's bad. Like, it's not just like people don't get pushed to lying and stuff easily. That kind of stuff happens because the job is bad. At my job, you get days off if someone dies, but it's only certain people, which I think is kind of bogus. Like, what if my friend closer than me and my immediate family? Yeah. It's insane, dude. And so I dealt with that my whole life. And after a while, I got sick of dealing with it, dude. It was like, I'm not going to sit here and be guilt tripped for taking a day off when I do tell you the truth. And when I do tell you why I'm taking off, you make me look bad. So now I'm going to make you feel bad because I'm going to just make some shit up. I'm going to be like, oh, my family's, somebody died. I'm out of this. I can't work. I can't even think straight. You come back to work, everyone's like, I'm sorry for your loss. You're like, yeah, whatever. You move on. You got your day off. It absolutely sucks that I was forced to do that. But what else was I supposed to do? I was born at the exact time when my relatives were in their 80s and 90s. By the time I was 25, jobs and schools always made me verify it because of how often it happened. That's crazy, Citrine. I'm sorry to hear that. Facts. Food industry jobs desperately need a union. Yeah. Dude, I was never once in a union my whole life. No jobs I was ever in ever offered me a union, you know, so I mostly just bring all this up to like open up other people's eyes out there. I just want y'all to understand that, like, if you're judging and if you're thinking to yourself, oh, I could never do that, then you probably are working a job where they let you have sick days. I've only had one job out of 20 that ever gave me sick days. I've only had one job out of 20 that ever gave me insurance, dental or physical, the like. I've only had one job out of 20 plus jobs that ever let me take a day off without fighting. And guess what? I was the manager for that job. So of course I could do what I wanted. And even then I was working 88 hours a week. So it's like, whatever. Yeah. You know, it's like, it's a nightmare, dude. Like, people don't realize what it's like to work at the bottom of the barrel, man. You get no breaks. My coworkers got to immediate care and to get a note. I get mandated all the time from call-offs. I've taken off 12 hours in the past 7 months. And my lazy coworker that started earlier this year has taken off multiple days without getting approval and notifying. I have to pick up their slack. That sucks. That's the worst. That's when it's time to like go ask your boss for a raise because you're doing two people's job, which is a real tough conversation to have. I couldn't do it. Definitely not judging you. Yeah, right. I don't think anybody here is judging me, but I think it's important to make sure you have perspective. Wait, did the chapstick command? I think it worked. Is it not counting up? Yeah, Rebecca, it's not even legal. Why can everyone be... Yeah, oh, Rob, that's tough. Speaking of, enjoy the work lurk, yeah. 22, I worked in promotional items. It was so toxic. Oh, that's the worst. Oh, that's the worst. I've worked in a couple toxic environments, so I understand. Forgot about a meeting. Oh, good luck. Yeah, it's tough out there. I think that I have a very unique perspective in that I've seen all the way up to management before I started streaming. So I got to see what it was like to get paid minimum wage and to lose my job because I took off for a concert that didn't, like, I've seen what it was like to work for minimum wage, washing dishes. And then, so be clear, my job didn't matter, right? Like, let's be real. It's not like I'm some CEO, right? I'm just another part of the rung of the ladder. My job is important, but it's no more important than anything else. And I, 2 weeks in advance, try to take off for a concert. And because it was a kitchen, it wasn't getting ran like fluently. So I didn't really find out that I got put on the schedule the week of my concert, even though I went in and I asked for it off. I was still put on the schedule. And when I said something, they were like, well, we need you here. So I called off that day instead. So Friday morning shows up, I called in, I was like, I got the black lung, pa. And even though they all knew, like, I had this concert I wanted to go to that I paid money for in advance and everything, I came back the next day and I was zeroed out on the schedule. No hours, nothing. My livelihood shut down. And I did everything I was supposed to do. And I'm certainly not gonna throw my concert ticket away because of a job where I'm getting paid minimum wage. Like, you're joking, right? No, you figure it out. You're the business. You get someone to do the job. Like, I'm not there to work every single dying breath. You know, that's just not how that's gonna work. So I don't care what the reasoning was and what was expected of me. You don't fire somebody for taking a day off. Right? And like, that sucks, man. And after that happens to you enough in that industry, it's like, yeah, of course you're going to do everything you can to take advantage. You know, that's just how that works. Yeah, acting like it's your fault when they're short. Yeah, exactly. You were the last senior that got hired, so you can't have off. Yeah, like, what kind of logic is that, dude? I do understand being a team player. And like, but when you're paying somebody minimum wage, how would you ever expect them to work their life around you? Like, that's not fair at all. It's not like, I think it's different when you work in different settings. Like, if you're getting paid $25 an hour, it might very well be a part of your obligations to like fill in gaps, and like, you might sign up for that when you get hired. Because some jobs are different, like CEOs and stuff, you know, sometimes they're working tons of hours. When I was a manager, I had to fill every single hole that in my schedule. If somebody called off, I had to work on my day off. If somebody called off, I had to stay for 15 hours that day. That was my job as a manager. I was a salary wage paid employee, and that's what I signed up for when I got hired. I knew that this was now my store and that anything that went wrong was my responsibility. So in that scenario, you're going to work. Yeah, sorry. Like, you're working your day off. You bought tickets for a concert. Well, too bad, because you are a manager. You're a salary wage employee. Right? But like, don't ask for a minimum wage employee to cancel their concert that they probably couldn't even afford in the first place. Like, that's bogus. Like, that's mega bogus, right? Like, I had a jump job to job because they were all minimum wage, and I didn't allow days off either. But I was a single mom when there were times where I had to take off. And they do the same thing. They give me 0 hours. So I just get another job next week. Yeah, thankfully, I think growing up, we were able to do that. I'm not sure if people can still do that nowadays, Willow Augustine, but I also grew up in an era where like you could just jump to the next job, and that's what I did, dude. If you were a hard enough worker, you could get any job you wanted. Right? I walked into a factory and had no idea what I was doing, and I got the job. Like, I walked into a factory. They were like, "Do you have factory experience?" I was like, "Yes." They were like, "What experience?" And I like looked up some stuff online and made it up. And then they made me do this test that basically made sure I understood basic fractions. I passed the test. They hired me. I went out and bought steel-toed boots that day. And overnight, I became a factory worker. And I was mixing paint for Nissan. Just like overnight. Never any experience. Nothing. I just overnight. Just here I am. Now I do this. And you know, sometimes it would come and bite me. They'd be like, "All right, so you're experienced. Do you know how to use a forklift?" And I was just like, you know, "I'm not certified, but I could use one." And like, "Oh, okay, cool. Well, later on, we're going to need you to pick up the forklift duties once you get certified." Or like they would ask me a question about like a machine, and I would have to like BS my way through it. Eventually, they kind of realized that I didn't have any experience, but since my foot was already in the front door, they were just like, "Well, just keep this guy going. He works real hard." And I just kept working. There's like, "This guy works real hard." Like, that's what I imagine they said. They're like, "Well, you know, I mean, he's got good work ethic. Keep him going." You know, I worked there as long as until I left, until I decided to leave. But you know, it's like, it's tough. It's tough. Sometimes you should just be able to jump from job to job. One time I walked into a construction office. I was like down and out and I needed work. And I walked into a construction office and they were like, you don't drive. So how are you going to get to all the different sites? We want people that drive. And I was like, don't worry, I'll get there. And the guy challenged me. He's like, all right, fine. And I was like, really? And he's like, yeah. So what did I do? I took a cab to every work site. I paid money to make money. And the dude was impressed. He was like, you showed up every day to do landscaping. And I was like, yep. And I took a cab here for $20 every single day. You doubted that I wouldn't have the commitment to show up every day. And I did. Every day. $20 out of my pocket every day to make like 80. My husband was a delivery driver and he worked a lot of overtime to compensate for that. Said, well, we can give you the last Wednesday of every month off, but only if we aren't busy. He quit. I learned just because something says 3 to 5 years experience doesn't mean that as someone new, you shouldn't apply. Your worth ethic can explain itself. Yeah, it can. I've gotten all my jobs based off of the fact that I can talk to people and that I work really hard. One time I went into a kitchen, it was Mellow Mushroom. And I sat down at the table and they were like, all right, this is what we're looking for. I'm doing the interview. And in the middle of the interview, I stopped. This is the first time I ever did this. And I was like, they're like, all right, so like, what are you kind of expecting to get paid here? And I was like, well, every other job I worked, you know, paid like this much. And I'm like, but you know what? I know what I'm worth. So I looked this guy straight in the eyes and I'm like, I want $15 an hour. And at this time, this was unheard of in the kitchen. Like, you were definitely management. And I was like, and I want you to give me the classic 90-day trial period. And if I don't prove to you that I'm worth those $15 over 3 months, then you can go ahead and cut my wage down. And the guy was shocked. He was like, wait, what? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I want $15 right now because I know what I'm worth. And if I don't prove to you that I'm worth that $15, you can cut it down to 12. And he was like, deal, shook my hand. I walked in and I lit a fire under his ass for 3 months. At the end, he was like, yeah, you earned it. I quit 2 weeks after. I hated the job. But I just had to stick out the 3 months as long as I could. I was like, yeah, whatever. This job sucks. All the people sucked. People make the job. But still, like, you got to prove yourself sometimes. You got to just go in there and sell yourself. Sometimes work ethic, confidence, and knowing how to talk to people really do matter. Like, even in 2026, where you don't get a lot of in-person interviews, that's the problem. That's what I was saying to Willow. Is like, back in the day, you used to be able to pull this off. And it was also the reverse. The thing is people don't talk about the reverse. One time I walked into a job interview and the bottom of my pants were like a little ripped. And that lady called it out as soon as I walked in. And I guarantee you she didn't hire me because of my ripped pants. But that's all I could afford at the time. That's all I had was ripped pants. I didn't realize the bottom were kind of shredded because I was stepping on them. She didn't hire me. So like the reverse also used to be a thing. Whereas like if you didn't have the ability to talk to somebody, if you didn't have the ability to be confident, you wouldn't get jobs. I remember one time I was in an interview for Home Depot and I made the stupidest mistake. They asked the question, is there any negative traits that you have? I was like, so, and then I told a story about how one time I challenged one of my managers for the good of the employees working there. Why the hell would you ever tell a new job that you did that at an old job? They didn't hire me. You don't ever give like the truth. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would you go to a job and be like, oh yeah, this one time, man, I got real in the manager's face. Like, I didn't actually tell the story that way. I tried to tell the story in a way that made me look good. But I realized after the interview that no matter what, that story was the worst story because that story displayed that I am willing to challenge my management. They don't like that. Didn't get hired. So like, yeah, back in the day, it was easier to get jobs, but I feel like not for everybody. Whereas now we're in the digital application era, and it's even harder to get jobs unless you have like numbers on a piece of paper. Right? Like, so yeah, it's like we're in a different world, you know, it's weird. But we used to be able to just go from job to job. If you knew what you were doing, you could just go from job to job. Yeah, what up, Frito baby, by the way? My husband did that on an interview and still got hired. I was eyeing him hard during the interview. Yeah, I guess I didn't have the stuff for that one. As a recruiter, I can confirm don't do this. I got denied at a job because my green hair and nose rings were unprofessional. Yikes. I got a set of clothes that I only wear for interviews. Yeah, after I lost the interview for my ripped pants, I learned that you gotta have nice clothes. That's how nowadays, that's the thing. Zoom interviews are the best because I can put like a nice shirt on and like a button up and like a suit and I can look real presentable, but like I can be completely nude from the bottom half down and I could just like be like, you wouldn't know. And I could be the most professional job interview you've ever had. And I could just be completely nude from the bottom half down. And I'm interviewing with my cheeks out. You know, so like it's a different world nowadays. No, that ripped pants wouldn't have stopped me in the past or in the future. That's all I'm saying. Like if I went to did that job interview today, it'd probably be on Zoom. It wouldn't matter if I had ripped pants now, would it? Going Donald Duck. Even in 2026, you cannot go to an interview with tats showing face piercings, colored hair. I've learned this from clients over the past 5 years. The real test is when they ask you to pan the camera down. And then a bug lands on your lap and you jump right up. Whoopsie! That's why I could never stream nude on the bottom half. Because I'm a bug phobe, and if a bug ever walked into the office, I'm hit. I'm done. I'm getting banned off of Twitch. It's over. So you guys can always be rest assured your boy wears pants while he streams, all right? Ba-dum-bum. Aw, counterintuitive. You take care of yourself, buddy, all right? Cancel the subs. I'm glad you're taking care of your guinea pig and you do whatever you need to do, all right? Yeah, go take care of yourself, buddy. Thanks for being here. Don't you worry about us. I want you to take care of yourself first, man. If I streamed, I'd wear pajama shorts. I like pajama pants, yeah. I remember I had this test I had to take for IT and I had to show them my office to prove I wasn't cheating. And they had to see the door frame and I couldn't have anything around me. It was so dumb. That sucks. I'm going to buy the new Splatoon game physical. Yeah, I'm going to pick it up today after the show and we're going to play it tomorrow. I decided to delay one day. I've never done that for a game release I'm excited about, but physical games matter. And I figured I was going to do this for Splatoon since it's not a game that's like, it's not Zelda, right? It's not Animal Crossing. It's not something that really matters for my show. It's kind of like a lighthearted game. So I figured we can delay it for one day. So we'll be here doing Splatoon Raiders tomorrow morning and well into the afternoon if I had to guess. Yeah. L-Rob, unfortunately, even before AI, that was a thing. I will never forget that. As any other managers in the room know what I'm talking about? So the company I managed for had a system that they had just gotten implemented. This was over a decade ago. And the way the system worked is the system would automatically rate your application before I ever saw it. So I would go to the computer to look for applicants. And if you were rated a 1 or a 2, I couldn't even look at your application. Not even that I wouldn't have considered you. The way the system was in place, I couldn't even look at your applications if they were rated a 1 and 2 by the system. I was only able to start looking at 3 or higher because they considered 1 or 2 apps to be garbage. And they said that I got enough applications in my district that I never needed to look at those. So they locked me out of them. And I was only able to look. And here's the fun part. Listen to this. I had my buddy apply. one of my best friends growing up. Guess what? His application didn't show up. I had to call corporate and I was like, I'm trying to hire my dude, but he's not showing up in the system. They're like, oh, he must have failed the interview or the AI interview. And I was like, what? I don't care. This dude's one of the hardest working people I know, and I want him here in my staff. And they were like, okay, we'll let you hire him. And they let me pass him through the process. But I had to phone call my corporate to get them to let me see the application. It was like a joke, dude. And this was 10 years ago. Now imagine that with like AI. Now it's like the phone call step is gone. Let's just say that. Like it's gone. Like now it's like, oh, it's over. Yeah. I've offered this before, but I want to put it out there since we're on the topic. If anyone ever needs help with their resumes or review, I'd be happy to help. I'm a lead recruiter. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Brielle Basor, for offering such your knowledge and your skill set to the community. You're the best, dude. Also, congratulations on your Flowette gamer lady. Yeah, I remember you offering that in the past. Restory got a date announced for August 6th. Where did that get announced? Finally, dude. I've been waiting for this game. We have a lot of stuff happening in August, man. I'm overwhelmed already, and it's not even August yet. We have Star Wars Zero Company. I don't know when that comes out. We have Fields of Mystria. We have Pocopia DLC, and we have no idea when it comes out. We have the potential of shadow drops from Pokemon because of Pokemon Worlds. And that's just the stuff I remember. Like, how much stuff am I not even remembering? It's about to be overwhelming, dude. This game looks good, though. I want to play this. This game looks fun. Yo, what's up, Teeny Giraffe? Oh, what's up, Gabcat? Dude, you're so nice, Gabcat. Thanks. Is everything going okay today? I hope that interview went well. What's up, We Are the Below, by the way? Hope that interview went well. And if it didn't or whatever, just know that there could have been a million variables on why something didn't work out. And to not overthink it too much. All right? Don't overthink it too much. You have another interview? You're going for interview number 3? Let's go! Bless is in the chat, baby. You know a third interview means a lot. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. How you been, by the way, Rebecca? Also, YouTube chat, thanks for hitting our 20 like goal today. If you're on YouTube and you're enjoying the show, sound off and let me know you're out there. Thank you so much for being here, man. Today's been pretty yap heavy. I just took 2 days off, so I always come back with yap brain. I just have so much to say to y'all. Plus, let's be real. Animal Crossing is just the perfect vessel for yaps. It's like the pizza dough to the pizza. It doesn't matter what toppings you put on it. A pizza dough, that's where it all starts. That's Animal Crossing. It's the pizza dough to the stream. Doesn't matter what we do around it, as long as it's here. As long as it's nice and crispy. I've been very busy. That's okay. It's good to see you whenever you get a chance to visit us, man. No matter how much time you put between yourself and this community. Now I'm hungry for pizza. Stop. Is it lunchtime? All right, let's wake up Gulliver. Wow, first wake up? The name's Gulliver, my dear child. Did I surprise you? Well, I surprised me too. Here's a simple explanation for how I got here, though. You see, I was on my ship, the Krusty Barnacle, when a giant squid attacked us. Mighty tentacles reared up all around me, and I fought with all my strength. In the end, however, that slimy beast prevailed, and I was plunged into the deep green sea. What? Why are you looking at me like that? You don't believe me, do you? You think I made that whole story up? Well, some friend you are. I risked my life to save my crew, and you call me a charlatan? What? You think I was napping on deck and just fell overboard? Don't be silly. What? You think I didn't fight a giant squid at all? Then explain why my face looks like this. What? You think I just fell asleep on a jellyfish? That would explain why my pillow was so uncomfortable. Tell you what, how about we just forget this little incident and I'll give you a little gift. I bartered this off a seedy-looking merchant when I was visiting a far-off port town. You won't find another like it anywhere. At least, I don't think you will. You know, I'm just a rolling stone, never knowing where I'm going. Wait a sec. Maybe that's why I don't swim so well. Anyways, what I'm trying to tell you is, the guys, my shipmates, they think that maybe if they tie me to the mast, I won't fall off the boat so much. So with any luck, maybe I won't be washing up on your beach too often. At least, not for a while. Thanks for the whole saving my life thing. May your sails stay full and your socks stay dry. The sea is my one true love. She sings to me so sweetly. Everyone should hear the song of the sea. Everyone. I was trying to get another listen in myself, but I can't swim for the life of me. I sink like a stone. I see many strange things at sea, my friend. I could tell you about them all day and never get tired. Like the time I saw a real ghost ship, or when I captured a band of pirates, or when I fought the sea snakes at Pinnacle Rock. Wait a minute, that wasn't me. But the rest of it's 100% true, I guarantee it. No, really, it's all true, except that last bit. You should take life easy, friend. Just go where the wind blows and the current takes you, like a seagull floating in the briny blue. So poetic. I wonder if my sweetie Mary in Toad Town is doing okay since I left her. And I think of Helen often since I left her heartbroken in Hyrule. Oh, huh? Oh no, those are the names of my goldfish. I get one in every port I see. I hate leaving them behind. Lady Liberty. Oh, frick. Well, it was the 4th of July recently. All right, I'm going to see if my coffee's pot's turned off because I could really use some more. And then I'll be right back. Yo, thank you, Peaches Danny, for 47. I might have missed that one sliding in here. Thank you, Pessimisaurus, again for 42. Are you still out there, Peaches? Thank you. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. I'm going to leave y'all with some tunes. And we'll be right back in just a second. Oh, I started my first playlist. I finally started my playlist for the Nintendo website. I'm going to leave y'all with that. Hold on. All right, shuffle. It's only 63 tracks long right now, and it's still going under construction because it takes me a long time to listen to everything to make sure it's all smooth. So it's not perfect, but this is called the Vibe Mix, which is meant to be kind of funky, kind of uplifting, kind of keeping you moving in your seat, but also still kind of chill, not over the top. And we're starting off with some Mario Paint. This is an interesting first track. This one hasn't come up yet. Whoa. Whoa. That got sexy. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm just waiting for, I had to put it in the microwave. All right, let's see what the next song transition is, all right? Okay, all right. Hold on a second, that actually kind of worked. All right, let me go get it out of the microwave. Right. Y'all excited for Wreck-It Ralph next week? Isn't Wreck-It Ralph coming next week? I think somebody just asked me about it this morning. I think we got Wreck-It Ralph on deck. I almost loaded that up this morning. But I was feeling something retro. What up, Green Lanyard? Wreck-It Ralph is showing up in Disney Dreamlight Valley this next week. What up, Jaybird? Yeah. And the DDV team reached out to me to promote it. They really like working with myself in this community, and it's hard to say no right now. I try to be a little bit picky about my offers, but it's hard to say no. It's hard to say no, man. It's good. It's good stuff. Good support. Husband shared a funny story where he was replacing outlets in a fine dining Italian restaurant and walked out with a plate of free pasta, spicy vodka chicken something. Dude, anytime anybody ever came to work that wasn't like a kitchen staff, we would always feed them beautifully. Oh yeah. How you doing, Nupu? Would you do a Twitch stream of Lego Jurassic Park one time? Sure. I want to do more Lego games. The next Lego game I have planned is for Hobbit Day. We're doing Lord of the Rings. That's the next one I know for sure we're gonna do. You're excited for Ralph on Wednesday? Rage? Yeah. Ralph's coming next week, and we got reached out to by the Disney Dreamlight Valley team. And Wreck-It Ralph is on the way, and they reached out and they want me to promote it. So I will be here next Wednesday promoting and playing Wreck-It Ralph, which is one of my favorite characters. So it's going to be really exciting. I'm pretty stoked. So I was going to play it no matter what, but don't tell them that. So, don't tell them that. I was going to play it no matter what. When's my vacation next week? So that changed things a little bit. I think I'm leaving on the 30th. So I'm probably gonna stream the morning of the 30th, and then I'm gonna stream the morning of the 30th, and then I am going to go out of town that night, get to my destination the next morning, sleep all day, wake up, go out and have fun and do fun things, then stay. So that's Friday, and then I'm either going to stay until Saturday or Sunday. I haven't decided yet. So basically, what you guys need to know is that I will be gone. You guys are going to either be missing Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or Friday and Saturday next week. That's it. You guys are I'm going to be either gone for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Friday, Saturday. And I'll either be here Sunday morning, super tired, but I'll be here, or I'll be here Monday morning, super tired, but I'll be here. So there you go. Yeah. So I have a little mini vacay. I'm going out of town, and I think I just figured all the dates out just last night. So you got what matters for the stream is I won't be here Friday, Saturday, and I might not be here Sunday next week. We're talking next week, by the way. For those only half listening, next week. This week I'm here. I'm here all this weekend. We're playing Splatoon Raiders. So just for those not listening fully, I know that happens sometimes. I don't want to worry you. I'll be here for the next 7 or 8 days probably. I'll probably take a day off, but I'm going to try to push my next days off until my vacation. So I should probably be here from today until Thursday next week. So a good solid 7 days. Thursday to Thursday. I should be here. I might take a day off, but I don't know. I haven't decided. Ooh, that's exciting, Aurora. I've never been. The Great Wolf Lodge. Anybody ever been to the Great Wolf Lodge? Yeah, thanks for asking, Lights. Yeah, you guys were just curious. I don't mind chatting. You're always welcome to ask me stuff about myself, and I'll answer where I can. Thanks for asking. That's what makes this all work. Yeah, thanks for asking. If you need to take Monday off as well, I won't do that, but I might take the Sunday, as I mentioned. Normally, when I go out of town, I don't usually come home until. I usually don't come home until Monday morning, and I'll be like half asleep, and we'll do like a mini stream. But like I said, I don't actually know. I think we might. I'll either be here sleepy on Sunday so that I can do like a little half stream and then I can come back Monday recharged, or I'll be here Monday half asleep, little mini stream so that I could recharge for Tuesday. So yeah, thank you for reminding me though. I appreciate you, Fudge. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how I feel. I kind of wouldn't mind this being a shorter little thing and just getting right back into the hot seat because I'm trying to build some new habits and I don't know if I want to step away from my everyday routine right now. Does that make sense? That's like the only reason why I might not take the full weekend, because I don't want to pull away from my routine. I'm in the middle of routine building, and like the last thing I need to do is go spend like 3 days away from my home and my routine right now. It's like, and to be completely transparent, like the healthiest thing for me to do would to keep on trying to build good routines in my life. And like even 3 days is rough for somebody who's not quite locked in yet. If anybody here has ever tried to build healthy routines, like sometimes all it takes is 2 or 3 days and then you're just off the wagon. You're just, whatever. So I'm like trying to avoid that from happening with this little vacation. So that's why I think I might just push myself to come back and stream on Sunday so that I can get back into my regular routine by Monday. That's really my goal. I would like to be back to getting up and doing healthy things on Monday. So, yo, what up, Retro Maniac? Because I just started like focusing on routine building and stuff again recently. Like I'm trying to make some moves. Difficult to stick to habits during travel. Yeah, exactly. It's just a strange timing for myself because I'm really trying to make certain things happen in my life, and I also want to go and enjoy this vacation and take a couple days off. I'm trying to not be too forthcoming, but it's not the kind of vacation that you guys are all thinking. Like, I'm not taking a vacation because I need rest. I'm taking a vacation because I get invited to go see some live music. And I want to go see the live music and create some memories and have fun. So it's not like I didn't like plan this time off to like take a break from streaming. This time got planned off because I got invited to go see some live music and I want to go see some live music. So I'm just hustling and going out of town and I'm going to see some live music and I'm hustling right back to come back home. Like, this isn't like a planned vacation. This is just, Now, I could have planned a vacation around this trip if I wanted to, but I don't take many vacations as a streamer. I usually do them once a year and I'm good. Like I'm not trying to take a bunch of time off. That's just not what I do. So yeah, this isn't like the word vacation is being used very loosely. Anytime I plan time off though, that kind of happens in the chat. People are like, enjoy your vacation. And in my mind, it's like I'm just taking 2 days off to go see some music. Like I'm not actually, yeah, I'm not actually like attempting to relax necessarily. Yeah, different kind of time off. I just want to go see some live music, and the live music just so happens to not be where I am. You know what I mean? Like the live music just so happens to not be where I am, so I have to travel for it. Once I come back home, I'll tell y'all all about the experience. Isn't that another way to decompress? Yeah, sure. I guess the reason I wanted to make a difference in my mind is because I don't want the chat to worry that I'm not taking time for myself. When I go to take a break and take time for myself, I do that. When I go on vacation, I unplug, and I don't regret taking that time away. Once I'm in the moment and I'm there, usually I lock in and I really enjoy myself. Whereas like, I think there's a different mindset between taking vacation time and taking off a day or two to go see some live music. And that's all. I just wanted it to be clear. Like, don't worry about me. Like, I'm not like rushing back home and trying to cut my vacation short. This isn't a vacation. Like, I'm just going out of town to see some music and I'm coming right back home. And that's it. Like, I'm not actually taking time off for any other reason. So yeah, that's all. I just think sometimes it's important to use words the way that they should be used. And in this case, vacation is a little bit of a loose way to use this word. Do you guys consider a vacation just because you're going out of town? I wonder how the people who work for a living and travel feel about that. You know what I mean? Like just because you're going out of town doesn't necessarily mean you're like taking a vacation. You're just like going out of town real quick and you're going to see some music, you know, or you're doing it for work, or you're going to visit your mom or something. We never have vacations. We always stay home. Like, I don't even go to the grocery store. I always do curbside grocery pickup. So this trip will be very interesting. I just want to go somewhere and make some memories. Yeah. For me, it depends on the vibe. I don't consider going to visit family a vacation because it's not always relaxing. I got Midna all taken care of. I think she'll be fine. Oh no, Tangy's depressed. But it's not that formal. My neighbors have never met Midna or anything. It's not that formal. I just was like, hey, I'm gonna leave my key. Can you just like check on her or just be around if for some reason I feel like something's wrong? And they were like, sure. And that's it, you know? So they were just like, you know, I just let them know, like, all right, Midna's probably gonna hide unless she's in the mood for humans. Like, she could also like walk up to you because she's gonna be missing human interaction. There's also a good chance she's just gonna hide under a bed. Either way, if you just make sure she's alive, and then that's it. So they didn't like come up and meet her formally or anything. I have an auto feeder that I'm using, and I'm testing it now, and I'm pretty confident. So as long as the power doesn't go out or something, Minna's just going to be taking care of herself. And the only reason my neighbors should have to come up here at all is just to like check on her if they hear something weird going on, or if I text them and say, hey, can you like make sure the auto feeder's working? Did the power go out? Yeah, they're not like meeting her or anything. It's not like that official. Unfortunately, it's 2026 and like I'm not that close to my neighbors. You guys might have neighbors you're close to, but my neighbors probably just think of me as the fat old weird dude, and they probably don't want anything to do with me, so like I'm not like making friends with them. I just asked them because they asked me, and I was like, okay, well, maybe it goes both ways. I always leave a huge bowl of water out in case the power goes out and the fountain stops. Yeah. I'm like planning now, like what I'm gonna do. I'll probably leave a bowl of water out as well. I imagine I'll be fine. I imagine there won't be like a power outage or anything. You're going to Nashville to see Sasquatch? I wish. If I'm gone for a few days and I don't need a cat sitter, I just leave out extra food and 2 waters. No power required. That's true. That's also a smart idea. Midna does like pace her eating healthy enough that I could just leave a bunch of food out. And she would probably just eat it at a very slow pace and she would be okay. So yeah, that's a good idea. I might even do that on the side or something. All right, I think we sold all of the fruit this week. So yeah, unfortunately, I'm not that close to my neighbors, and I don't want to try to get closer because I imagine they just are weirded out by me. They're both young females. Like, they probably don't want anything to do with me. Like, I'm just going to be real. That's the vibe I get. The vibe I get is that they're very much like they could go without ever knowing me. They could go on their whole life without ever interacting with me, and they would be fine. We text back and forth a little bit here and there, but I've definitely gotten the vibe that they're like, they're just trying to do their own thing. Yeah, that's the other problem, is like, how much trust do you put into a person you don't know with your house? But my other thought is like, what's the worst that could happen? It's not like I couldn't call the police and be like, all right, something bad happened. Obviously, it was my neighbors. They're the only other people who had a key. So, like, would that even be a good position to commit crime? You say that and they probably watch your stream? I don't think so. I did catch them playing Tamagotchi Life once. I heard it from the basement, and I thought that was very interesting. I thought about setting up some cameras. You still have to prove it. Your word against theirs. I was thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, how would that even go down if somebody did want to be malicious? They don't seem like those types of people, but it was definitely something that crossed my mind because my house is full of technology. Like, I'm the perfect hit. The amount of RAM sticks I have in this house is unheard of. Let alone all the game consoles, all the games I have, all the technology I have. Like, I don't want to think about it too hard, but like, it's not like I would be a hit for sure. Like, all it would take is like them and letting their friend come up with them, and then their friend calls somebody else and is like, dude, this dude's out of town and he has a lot of stuff in his house. And then all of a sudden I get robbed out of the blue from a stranger that has nothing to do with my neighbors. Yeah, that sounds like a very drastic leap of logic, but if you've been around the hood enough, you understand that people do case houses, and all it takes is something that simple. Like, oh, my buddy's hanging out. Let me come upstairs with him and check out this guy's cat. And then before you know it, like, you're on a list now of potential hits, because like that's why you don't really want people to be seeing what you got in your home. You're gonna make yourself paranoid. No, I'm just a realist. I don't think about this stuff too hard. You know, I live in the suburbs, but it's still a fair logic to have. Yeah, it is. Like, you still got to think about that stuff. Yeah, you know, I know not life isn't Home Alone and like the crooks casing houses and like showing up as fake police. Like, I know that that's not like how life works, but like you could like you could very well get yourself in a situation you're not sure of. What bandit's gonna get you? I can't sit for basically everyone in my life. I treat it like going into someone's homes that they were watching me and listening to me. Yeah, so it's crossed my mind. I imagine that I would be okay, but because of my house, I did think about it. You know what I mean? I'm like, dude, my house is like not normal. It'd be like if you were a collector of video games. You would have to be careful who you invite into your home. Like if you were a collector of Pokemon cards, right? Like you would have to be pretty careful about who you invite in your home. If you had like thousands of dollars worth of Pokemon cards, you gotta be pretty careful. Me and my husband were asking, do people steal TVs anymore? Nah, man, they're stealing Pokemon cards and RAM sticks. They're gonna turn that computer on the side and they're gonna steal that RAM. They're coming for your RAM, dude. Your neighbors are gonna show up and see that framed picture behind you and never looking you in the eye again. They're gonna show up and see my Mona Lisa Cage, my Mona Cage. They're gonna be like, who is this guy? Your copy of Raiders just showed up. Nice. Yeah, Kel's mom. No, jokes aside, I'm not like that paranoid about it. Yeah, like I feel very confident that I can go ahead and give them a spare key, and I can be like, hey, just keep an eye out if anything gets weird. I'm not too. I weirdly have more faith in humans than I should, and I've only been burned so many times, so I don't know. I really do. I have faith in humans. I go off of vibes, and while I do miscalculate over the internet, I think that I have a pretty good sense of people in person. I think I can feel your energy, and I think a lot of times I'm gonna be able to vibe check. Yeah, I think I'm gonna vibe check. I think I'm good at vibe checking in person. Just maybe not over the internet. I've learned the hard way that internet vibe checks don't work. It's really hard to vibe check somebody over the internet. You're probably gonna be wrong. But I think in-person vibe checks work really well. We have to assign codes. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but I'm very confident everything's gonna be okay. I also called a buddy of mine and he agreed to be on like watch. So I do have a buddy in mind that agreed that like if I needed them, they would be like on call. Because I'm only gonna be gone for 2 or 3 days. So I do have a buddy that's like gonna be on call for me if like I for some reason can't get a hold of someone. That's about the best I could do though. I don't really have many people in my life, so not gonna lie. I don't got many choices. Ooh, that's scary, Planet Kitties. That's mad scary, dude. What's up, Raiders? Hey, Rosie Poo, we were just chatting with you earlier, and then here you are. Hylian is Marv, confirmed. Yeah, such a good clip. Oh, we gotta watch that one right now. This clip makes me laugh so hard, dude. So I found a flaw with Nintendo's shuffle though. It wants to shuffle songs next to each other from the same video game. I don't know if it's going to stay that way once I get more video games in the playlist. My hope is that the more games I add, the more it shuffles them properly. But right now it seems like the Nintendo Music Shuffle wants to give you like 2 Pokemon songs, 2 Zelda songs, 2. It doesn't like to mix it up as much as I would prefer. We'll find out more as we go forward. All right, here, hold on. Let's watch. I really want to watch this. It's been a while. This one always makes me laugh. Oh, I always have, damn it. I always have Twitch muted. No, I didn't.
Okay.
Okay, we're in.
I gotta see what this is.
This is such a good scene. The skull. It's so campy. It's so campy. It's so good. So the whole thing was that me in this clip sounds like Marv getting electrocuted. You ready? It's so true. It's so true. It's so true.
Oh my God.
Why is it so true, dude? It's so true. It's so true. Marvian descent. It's crazy. It's crazy like how on point it is. It's pretty funny. Who connected that? Cozy did. Cozy did. What's up, Raiders? What were y'all getting into today? Oh my gosh. There, 80,000 bells. We got another 100,000. Which means we're 120,000 away from paying off our debt, which is pretty nice. $120,000 away. Do 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 do. Bow down, bow down, bow down, bow, 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 do 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 do. Dude, our Arceus' music is so good. It's so good. Bam, 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 bam. Man, that made my cheeks hurt. That was so funny. Yeah, 120K left. Now, if we just wait for our fruit to grow and we can guarantee pay off the debt next episode, we could sit here and grind fish and stuff, but grinding 100K bells worth of fish is actually way more brutal in this game than you would ever believe. At that point, even if we were solely fishing red snappers at 2K a pop, that would take 5 red snappers per 1,000. And like, that's not going to happen like easily. It could take me a while to grind that out with fish here. It might just be better to, we built these orchards. We might as well just take advantage of them. See what I mean? It went to another Arceus song. That's 3 in a row. I really wish it wouldn't do that. This is a battle song. It's a little too hype, but then it kind of calms down into some funk. I don't know if I like this song in this playlist. There's a lot going on. It's a little too much. All right, let's see what it rides out into next. I'm gonna keep it in the playlist for now because it's like it's just a little bit more energy than I'm looking for. Just a slight hair. It might still work. It might more so be about taking more of the slower tracks out. This might be the vibe I'm looking for. I usually try to base the album off of a specific vibe. This is Kirby. This is close. Still just as fast paced as the last song. Kirby music is always fast paced. I was questioning this song when I put it in though. This song's so good. All right, let's jump it over here. Let's see what the next song is. So those two transition into each other really well. Let's see what the next transition is, and then I'm done. This is how I build playlist. All right. Then I usually let them play a little bit. Oh, dude, that's such a good that's good. Still keeping the energy moving. I love this song so much, dude. Ooh, we got a balloon out here. First day of school, and we're finally out for our first meetings. Out of our first meetings. Nice. Yo, Faux for all, you got this, homie. We're rooting for you. This is more Paper Mario. X-Naut Fortress. And I can link these playlists to y'all and you can download them, I think, and like put them into your app once I'm done building it. All right, so I'm gonna skip through this song again, even though I let stuff play, but I'm so excited to hear the next transition. That was so good. Let's hear the next transition before I'm done. Right now, there's only 63 songs in here. I had to cut 20 last night, and I'm going to go back and add a bunch more. All right, let's see. I like a couple vibe shifts a little bit. What is this? Oh, this is the Battle of Blizzard Bridge. This song gets real funky. This song starts to pop off. This song's progression is nuts. I remember when I first heard this song in game, I had to stop because I was like, what am I hearing? Like, yeah, like I was like, what is happening to my ears? I'm gonna skip it. But they keep the funk. It's still very funky. It keeps that bass moving. All right, let's do one more transition. I'm addicted. I love working on playlists. I'm gonna work on this later more. Something cosmic collective would cook up. That song's a little off the vibe, unfortunately. It's a little too piano heavy, but I think it works. It's long too. All right, let's see. I think this song's actually so good. It's a little weird, but it's so good. This is Coop's theme. Song's pretty good, dude. Why they went hard with Thousand Year Doors remake, and they kept all the original music in too, which is so nice. I was actually pleasantly surprised at how good Coop's song was. All right, one more and then I promise we're done. I said that 8 times, but oh, Detective Pennington, dude. Like, this is the vibe. Oh. My favorite part is the wait for it. Dude, it's so good, dude. It's got that that crime jazz. Where's Ham Labs? Here it is. Yeah, this is that crime jazz, dude. This is that crime jazz, dude. Yeah, see? Dude, so that's... I have a couple purposeful vibe switches in here. It's all supposed to be shuffled. And I occasionally want to bring the tempo down a little bit, but still keep you kind of funkin', right? The whole theme of the album is that vibe funk. So no matter the song, I still want there to be a little bit of stank. That's why I had like Goron City. Because there's some stank in Goron City from Ocarina, right? There's a little stank. Do 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 do. All right. Anyways, seems like the playlist is working so far. So far, it seems like the playlist is working. We might have to remove a couple more, and then we're going to add a bunch more. And then we just repeat the process until it's perfect. And then occasionally I take on the challenge of creating a playlist that is not meant to be shuffled, where you're meant to listen to it from start to end, and every single song is perfectly curated to bleed into the next song and transition beautifully. And the art of creating the perfect transitions that are pleasant to your ear is such a wonderful art of playlist making. But I recently have been really enjoying making playlist for shuffle because it's a little bit simpler and it allows me to just focus on a tone for the whole playlist instead of having to worry so much about individual transfers over. It's actually more difficult to make a shuffle playlist sound good though, because you never know what's on the other end of the next song. So it kind of puts you in a position where you have to make sure the whole playlist has a somewhat similar energy at the start of the song and at the end of the song. It's okay if the song's a little different in the middle, but if the song is like a little too quiet or slow of a start, it could be bad for a shuffle playlist. And if a song is a little too loud or a little too in your face at the start, again, it could be bad for a shuffle playlist because you never know when that song is going to show up after Goron City. And like Goron City is nice and boom, 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 and it's kind of simple. And then, you know, it would be bad if you went from Goron City to jamming, slamming on the guitar music. Like that's like not a healthy transition. So It's fun, man. The art of creating playlists is so neat to me. It's so much fun. Yeah, so I try to do right now I'm working on a shuffle playlist, but I might be doing a like actual curated playlist after. One that we can listen to like in order and we know what track follows the next and we can create like an experience. Makes me miss passing around those burned CDs. Yeah, dude. What up, Ray Del Bono with 27, baby? Yo, welcome in, man. Crime jazz is so funny. Isn't crime jazz the perfect term ever, dude? It's so good, dude. It's like it's the perfect term to describe that energy. Like, I imagine a bunch of crooks snapping their fingers. You know what I mean by that? Like, I'm imagining a bunch of crooks snapping their fingers and they're walking towards you slowly, right? And they're just like, then as they snap their fingers as they're coming to you, like, dude, like it's like the greasers. It's got like greaser energy, like crime jazz, dude. The kind of jazz that makes you want to go commit crimes. Someone on Spotify made a detective crime jazz playlist. I saw that. I actually ran into that. There's also one on YouTube for video games that's really good. There's like a YouTube playlist called Crime Jazz that's real good for it's all video game music. Makes me think of the cartoon Top Cat. Yeah. Film noir to me. Yeah. Like film noir, greaser. Like that's like film noir is definitely where it's at. Right. The cats from Tom and Jerry. Jazz to do crime too. Dude, that's so fun. All right, let's see if we can catch some bees today. And it's been a while, so I think if we're gonna go ahead and try to catch some bees, I think that we have let's do a little prediction. Let's do a little prediction here. Will I successfully catch a bee? Let's say the next bee. Let's spice it up. Just the next one. Will I successfully catch a bee the next one that I attempt to catch? Tables are opened. And hey, cheers. Believers win. No, I'm just kidding. Yo, what up, Sophis? Good morning. Hey, good to see you today, Sophis. Thanks for tuning in over on the YouTube chat. Do. Yaps all around today. Minimal gameplay and yaps. That's what we're out here doing today. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Do.
Yo, happy Thursday or Friday Eve. Bought my first car that's actually mine. Super excited.
That's exciting.
Face. Cheers to all of you.
That's super exciting. Show off your coffee cup? Yeah, sure. It's Tatooine. What's up? What's up, Matty Senji? Thanks for 38, man. How you been? Beep boop boop. Boop boop. Boop boop. Boop boop. Boom 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 boom. Bum 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 bum. A little bit of crime jazz. Welcome in here, everybody. Yeah, we just been yapping all morning. Yapping, chatting. Do. Do do. This game is so cozy and nostalgic. Hope everyone's having a good Thursday. Thank you, Cora. Thanks for the lurker. Yeah, this game means a lot to me. I like to showcase it. This game is weirdly just like comforting and just nostalgic and just, I don't know, man. I can just sit and talk about how this game makes me feel for days, man. I just said this the other day to somebody. It was funny. I was thinking about Sonic Adventure and how I started thinking back. You know how our brains have this ability, like we don't really remember things that well as humans. All right, here we go. Let's shake some trees. So you know how as humans, we don't really like remember things well. We kind of like fill in holes and like kind of remember things in a very hazy way. That's just how human memory works. Like it's always a little hazy. It's never like one for one, right? Like brains don't work that way. So the further away you get from an event, it can very well not be like a one for one recollection of something. A lot of times brains will kind of fill in gaps and sometimes trauma will step in and like mess with something. Like I've had a traumatic event that I thought unfolded a certain way that I found out later didn't. Anybody ever had that happen to you? You ever like your whole life had like a traumatic event that you thought like happened a certain way, and then like you talk to like a family member about it and they're like, that didn't happen that way at all, and you're just like, wait, really? But like your brain does this, right? Like it's just, so anyways, the point that I was trying to get at is we don't always have the strongest memory. All right. Well, I made this comment on stream yesterday about how Sonic Adventure 1 is like really special to me. And in the past, I've shared with y'all that I wasn't really that close with Ocarina of Time. Right? And shit. No! It's been a while. It was my first attempt in months. It was my first attempt in months, dude. Oh. Now I'm angry. Now we're going again. Will I successfully catch the next bee? 2 minutes on the clock. I almost had it. I shouldn't have ran. I should have walked. Now we have Ritz Cracker Eye, everybody. Yeah, Sack Eye. Great. I shouldn't have ran. You're supposed to walk and turn. You don't run. I'll explain. Like, if you run, there's a skid that you have to take into account. Whereas if you walk, you can just do a full turn. Or if you run, stop, turn. But if you at all do that, you're probably gonna not be able to perfectly account for the skid. You could still get lucky, but so what you want to do is either run, slow down, turn, swing, and try to make it all one fluid motion, just like that. Barely can tell that I stopped running. Or you just want to walk away, because walking is usually enough for distance. It's tough, but like walking is enough sometimes. Anyways, 2 minutes on the clock. Get your channel points. Will I successfully catch the next bee? Do you have faith? So, I've told y'all before, are you Queso's long lost brother? Well, I'm older than Queso, so I'm going to say yes. I'm his older brother. Yeah. Yep. What up, YouTube chat? Yeah, all right. All right, just to be clear, I was streaming before Queso. And I'm older than Queso. So just throwing that out there, all right? All right, just want to, if anybody's looking like anybody, he's looking like me. I don't care if he's more famous. That's all I'm trying to say. Is that fair? Am I being defensive? I swear, if anybody's looking like anybody, technically he's looking like me. I don't care if he's the more famous. Queso, you should be going in Queso's chat and being like, hey, yo, Queso, are you highly into sense, long lost brother? And then Queso will reply, who the fuck is highly into sense? And then you can link my stream and you can help a brother out. All right. My toddler thought you were Queso. I've stopped correcting him. Yeah. Very big brain. Thank you. How you doing, Coco Winning? Man, I was just thinking about you. I had something I wanted to tell you. I was just thinking about you. What was it? Was it about a game? Were we talking about Moonlight Peaks maybe? So anyways, let me tell my story. So I told y'all I wasn't that close to Ocarina of Time, right? I wasn't like super into Ocarina of Time as a kid because I didn't really own it. So it's funny because most people who think like, okay, you are a Zelda fan, you must be obsessed with Ocarina. But the truth is that 3D Zelda didn't click with me that way. I didn't own a 64. I didn't own the game. So it wasn't until Wind Waker that I really got my first like insane moment with 3D Zelda. Otherwise, Ocarina, just playing it at my buddies a little bit was cool, and I thought it was a great game, but I kind of tricked my mind into not liking it because I couldn't own it. So you see, I was that. Anybody else do that as a kid, where you would kind of like lessen the value of a game in your mind because you couldn't play it because you were poor or broke, or your parents wouldn't buy it for you? So you'd be like, you know, we all do this as humans, but as kids especially, where you're just like, oh, well, it's probably a stupid game anyways. Well, I kind of did that with Ocarina of Time. I was kind of like, you know, whatever. I'm probably not missing out on much because I couldn't play it. So the reason I wanted to go into this story with y'all is because the other day I was thinking about Sonic Adventure and how I like the game so much, and I like it more than Sonic Adventure 2 and how it's more special than me. But then I thought about something. The truth is that outside of Mario 64 and maybe like Gex and some stuff like that, Sonic Adventure on the original Dreamcast was one of the first times I think 3D blew my mind. One of the first times that I remember sitting there and loading up Sonic Adventure and seeing the first video game that I ever played, Sonic 2, turned into 3D. You see, I didn't have that same effect with Zelda. For some reason, playing Mario 64 kind of like dampened the value of seeing Zelda in 3D. It didn't really hit me how cool Zelda in 3D was until Wind Waker. Meanwhile, Sonic Adventure was the coolest thing that had ever happened to me. And in this realization I had yesterday, I started uncovering the truth about my past as a kid and as a gamer. And I kid you not, I had the realization that I think that back in the day, I was more excited and more taken back by playing Sonic Adventure than I was Ocarina. Because when I played Ocarina, it was at a buddy's after a sleepover. I didn't really get a chance to connect with the game, and I didn't own it. But when I loaded up Sonic Adventure for the first time, my whole mind was removed from my body. And I was seeing this game, my first ever video game, in front of me in 3D. And that, I didn't really have that moment with Zelda. I kind of scooted past the moment. I didn't really think about it that heavy. When I saw the transition into 3D, I was like, okay, this is amazing. I'll eventually get to play it. And it wasn't until the GameCube and Wind Waker, and at that point, 3D gaming was all over the place. So by the time I got to Wind Waker and I had this moment of like, oh my gosh, this is amazing, I had already gotten over the fact that 3D was new, and I wasn't really thinking about it that hard. So for me, my transition to 3D Zelda wasn't even like really a big thought. It was just like, oh, okay, this is the next step. Okay, now Wind Waker exists. But with Sonic, it was a big deal. With Sonic, I sat there and said to myself, look at what they did with my favorite character. Look at this. This is the future. Open world. They took my character, they took my game, they took Sonic, and they put him in a completely different light that was unheard of, untold of at that time. And it started making me realize that the first 3D game that like really blew me away and first open world game was Sonic Adventure, not a Zelda game. And it kind of made me feel funny on the inside and kind of like, I messed up again. It made me feel funny. It made me realize that my love for Sonic is stronger than I could have ever imagined. And I think that I forgot about my interactions with Sonic and what they really meant to me growing up. All right, another one. Will I successfully catch the next bee? Another one. Let's go, dude. I'm not going down like a punk. I can do this. I can do this, dude. We're doing another one. I'm not going down like a punk. Channel points are open. Channel points are open. Let's go. Do you believe? I'm telling you, dude, I'm just a little out of practice. I can do this. This game has the hardest bee catching of the series. And in Deluxe Edition, it lets me have my net in my hand, which that's not even in the normal edition. So we're getting a little bit of extra catered to here, but still the hardest game to catch bees in. Which actually, maybe that's not true. Maybe it's Wild World, actually. Because Wild World and City Folk, the game doesn't pause. Yeah, maybe those games are actually harder. Truth be told, I think they might be. If you were catching bees in Wild World, if you were catching bees in City Folk, you are a legendary gamer. Let me just tell you that right now. Because, like, you were a legend if you were doing that back in the day. Or even, like, recent. If you've ever caught yourself catching bees in Wild World or City Folk regularly, you are on another level. It is very difficult in those games. I have 70 points left. I can't believe this. I'm sorry. I'm trying. Boom, bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Beep, bo, 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 bo. And a little boo. All right. All right, we got a lot of believers. The pressure's on. Queso's long-lost brother. No, I'm Mario's lost long brother. Beardio. How many lost long brothers do I have? Apparently more than I realized. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Dang, I needed this cash too. Oh, nice. An odd clock. What an odd thing to fall out of a tree. That's what I'm saying. I can do it. Believers redeemed. Believers redeemed. Glad it didn't sting me. Ooh. Wait, what? Cooper Archer? Copper Archer. Can I read? Copper Archer. What? Is that an item that's added in Deluxe Edition? What is that? Point redistribution system works. Hey, we got a VIP roulette. Let's freaking go, baby. Let's jam. JR Prisma, let's go. All right, JR, get up in here. Get yourself a rotisserie chicken here. We only serve the finest rotisseries around here. All right, tater tot soup. They're gonna come back to no VIP. Salutes in the chat. You know, I couldn't put this song in my playlist I'm making because we hear it too often. So I had to deny it entry. I had to deny it entry into my playlist. It's got to stay special. Beep a bo 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 beep a bo bo. Da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Oh my gosh. All right, well, I think there's 5 bees in this game, or 4. We'll do the last one without a prediction. If we even get it. I might not search for that much longer. We gotta go see what this copper archer item is. But once we get the 2 pieces of furniture... What? Did that bug just appear in front of me? I must have switched acres, and I didn't realize. That's so cool. That's really cool, actually. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. I love their dancing so much. The VIP roulette. Nice, JR, enjoy. Tater, sorry, they'll be okay. They had it for 5 months. That's like one of the longest runs ever. So, what up? How you doing today, Danny? Welcome to the show. Thanks for tuning in over on YouTube chat. Bam, 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 bam. Thanks for tuning in over on YouTube chat, my dude. Come on, we got one more. Oh, I wanted to say hi to Chevra earlier, and I don't think I got a chance. Let's go correct that. Got my midday coffee in. So I was watching this video about like things you can do to like improve the longevity of your life. And one of the things they mentioned was coffee, and how coffee has like a bunch of really good things in it for humans. And caffeine is actually not the only thing in coffee. Oh, that was a hard one because I had to run diagonal instead of left or right. That was hard. Well, we were 1 for 3 today, which is pretty bad, but at least we got 1. So it was funny because this doctor was like, yeah, coffee or green tea, you know, has these benefits that like help us with all sorts of little things, and coffee can actually be pretty good. How come when you see something like that, you can't help but like be like, all right, you heard him, doctor's orders. I'm going up to 3 pots a day, baby. Coffee's helping me live longer. I'm like, obviously that's like not what he's saying. Like, he's just saying that like coffee or tea, like, you know, can kind of go for like a long way. Like it actually is like not an unhealthy thing, especially if you're not putting like a bunch of sugar in it and you're drinking it black or drinking tea. Like it's actually not that bad for you. It's like, in fact, it could be kind of healthy for a lot of reasons. But how come our brain's always like, all right, you heard him, saddle up. Like, I'm going to be bouncing off the walls, baby. You heard him loud and clear. Get your coffee in you. Like, it's so funny. That's 100% how I would interpret that. Yeah, he even made a point at the end of his lecture to be like, obviously, this is something that you would want to be doing without all the additives. But a cup or 2 of coffee a day is actually not inherently unhealthy for you. And this has been known for a long time. Right? Now, obviously, some people shouldn't have caffeine because of heart health or whatever. There's all sorts of variables. But when it comes to just the raw facts about coffee and coffee beans and their nutritional value, there's actually more value in coffee beans than just caffeine. There's apparently a couple chemicals that like help your body do things and like support them. All sorts of wonderful little things for your cells and stuff like that. So it's real interesting. We forget about that, you know? It's sometimes it's hard to separate that something can be good for you, but in a certain light, and bad for you in another light. You know, like I think there is a lot of media that will tell you that coffee is like one of the worst things you can do for yourself. And that's like so far from wrong. You know, that's so far from wrong. But I think there's some media out there that will totally try to tell you that like coffee's like terrible for you and be like, oh, you shouldn't be drinking that caffeine, dude. It's like, actually, that doesn't matter. There's like a lot worse things you could do for yourself than coffee. Like black coffee is not inherently bad at all. It just depends on your body and, you know, your situation, and then go from there. But, you know, it's kind of interesting. I didn't really, I didn't all the way like fully realize that. Yeah, same here, exhaustion. Like I didn't fully realize that. Is this your actual hour of the day? Yeah. Yeah, it's 12:30 p.m. for me. What about you, Danny? Would it be Danny or Danny? It's almost, it would be like maybe Danny. Depends on the lobby making money from it. Yeah, exactly. But it's pretty cool. I didn't realize that. He had a bunch of really good advice. He's like, there was like eight or nine things, and as long as you're doing like one or two of them a day, it could like really make a big difference. Like eating a handful of nuts in the morning apparently is awesome. And here I've been trying to tell my girlfriend that the whole time, but she's not about that morning nut life. You know, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I couldn't. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Anyways, no, but apparently like legumes, and everyone, so many people already know this. Legumes are like super good to start your day with. Like eating a handful of almonds in the morning, or cashews or walnuts is actually super, super good for you. So if you don't have legumes in your, specifically nuts, not necessarily legumes are really good for other, but specifically nuts. Like almonds, cashews, that if you don't have a little bit of that in your diet, you should consider. That's what I'm hearing. Why specifically in the morning? Because the first food and drinks and stuff you put into your body are the hardest working stuff you put into your body. It's like the logic, like they always say, break your fast with something that your body could really use. Like if you go on a fast, like you sleep for 8 hours, you fast. If you wake up and eat a McDonald's burger, like that's like, that you're not really giving your body anything to work with. But if you wake up and eat some eggs or something healthy, then like you're giving your body's first energy burst, your first nutrition is something that it can really work with. That's all. I think that's the only reason why they said do it in the morning. But like specifically the video was about 9 things you could do in the morning that would like slowly improve your everyday health. Like getting sunshine within the first 10 minutes of being awake, getting like natural light, even cloudy daylight, getting natural light within the first 10 minutes of being awake can apparently like really, really improve your all day energy and stuff like that. Like there's little things that we all know, but it was like cool to kind of hear it all reinforced and to hear it from a medical perspective and like why it kind of does what it does for you. Like, so for the nuts thing, it has to do with the chemicals that nuts provide. Yeah, so if you like almonds, like a fresh handful of almonds or walnuts, unseasoned, not oiled down or anything, could be like pretty good. Obviously, everybody's body's different. I'm not giving out advice here, but just sharing what I learned. So what beans are legumes? So I need beans. So yeah, I this is real confusing sometimes, but yeah, legumes and nuts are technically different, but some of them are kind of like in the same, right? So botanically, the main difference is how they grow in their internal structure. So legumes are beans, lentils, peas, and peanuts, but nuts are like acorns, chestnuts, almonds. And the main difference is how they are grown. And then also just there's a difference in how your body breaks them down. So they're both very good for you. Legumes are mostly known for like high fiber and protein and like stuff that you really need. And nuts are known for like a couple chemicals that like help rebuild cells, I guess, something like that. So yeah, like there's technically a difference, but some of them are kind of weirdly crossover. And like we get confused. Like you would think a peanut is a nut. Actually, a peanut's not a nut. A peanut is a legume, but it's called a peanut. That's confusing. And that's where we all get confused here. Like that's confusing, but A peanut isn't a nut. Technically, it's a legume. And that's the one that really throws people for a whirl. But otherwise, the rest of it all makes kind of sense. Like, again, almonds and cashews are nuts. They always have been nuts. They're a little crazy. They're a little wacko. You know, they're nuts. So yeah, that's the one that gets people is peanut. I quit. I know. It's obnoxious. But we're talking about the botanical definitions here. When it comes to us in our daily lives, a peanut's a fucking nut. Done. A bean's a legume. A lentil's a legume. Done. Don't need to think about it that hard. But if you want to like really break down the nutritional value, you want to have some nuts and some legumes. And you should consider both as their separate selves if you want to get deep into it. Ah, that's interesting, Teddy Mackerel. Tree nuts versus peanut, yeah. Once you get into the nut category, allergies is difficult to parse. I'm allergic to several tree nuts, so I just have to name them specific. Yeah. Like if you say you're allergic to peanuts, people are going to assume that you're probably allergic to almonds and cashews as well. Dang it, I keep missing that. Right? Like people are going to assume that because like they're kind of all in a same family in our minds. But they're technically not. Bum, 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 bum. What's up, Stone Hollows? But I don't know as much about this to talk about it. I just, heard some guy talk about it on a video. So I'm not too sure how it all works completely. Yeah, so there was cool. He was talking about, whoa, this is definitely an item that's not normally in this game. Look at this. This is sick. So yeah, he's like, eat some nuts in the morning. He was like, get some sunlight. It's stuff that we all know. He's like, drink some coffee or some green tea if you can. That can be really healthy. Like 2 glasses a day apparently is like, studies have shown like 13% like less risk for like cancer and stuff if you drink up to 2 cups of green tea or coffee a day. How about that? So I can go to the doctor's office and be like, dude, I'm never going to die because I drink 8 cups a day. I'm just staving off death. But like, there are some like real interesting facts to kind of be considered and stuff that, that could actually kind of benefit that they've done like tons of studies on. They'll take like 2 massive control groups. Like there was a study in Japan that followed 10,000 people for 17 years. And they noticed a like +3 years of life was added to their lives, healthy years, by just drinking 2 cups of green tea a day. So like whether or not these studies are foolproof, we're talking about like real studies, like not just like some garbage that like, some company did in America to better sell their products, like real scientific studies that have real weight to them that will help you reconsider maybe what you're doing every day, how you interact with stuff. I despise celery. I like it with a little bit of peanut with peanut butter maybe and some raisins. I hate that we have to consider that here. I know, Prismatic. I know. How you doing, Twiggle? Good to see you here today. Thanks for joining our island game. Enjoy your lurk, by the way. Celery's good in soups only. That's all celery was ever made for. In America, it's just a part of moi poi? Miao poi? That's it. That's all it's good for. Get it out of here otherwise. Get it out of here otherwise, for sure. Interesting. That's crazy. I've never really been too allergic to stuff, so it's not a world I've ever had to think about. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I just don't know how to say it, Prismatic. Miao poi. It's like Miao poi or something. Eating celery is like eating water with hair in it. Gross, but true. I love celery. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I don't ever eat it without it. I don't usually eat it like raw, like by the stick. Like, not really. I will with like wings. A little carrot carrot celery little bag with your wings can be good. Yeah. Yeah, what up, Fuzzy Dimples? I'm allergic to onions. Oh no, that's... What do you even eat then? Like going out. Like, I feel like there's onions in everything. So like, if you like were to go out, like what would you even do? I feel like every restaurant I've ever worked in puts onions in everything. That's tough. Like the amount of dishes on the hot line that starts with garlic, onions, and oil. I'm talking everything. Your mac and cheese, garlic, oil, and onions. But like the onions are diced to a point to where you don't really notice them. Trust me, I know. Yeah, like that's rough. Oh, the stream glitch for y'all? Everything's okay on my end. Must just be a glitch. Walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. DK. My name rhymes with Sunny, so it'd be... My name rhymes to Sunny. It's 6 p.m. in Germany, so your name would be, instead of Danny, it would be Dunny. Would you pronounce it Dunny? That's such an interesting... Pretty sure getting sunshine early in the first 10 days of spring is also healthy and important. Yeah, you caught that misspeak. Did y'all see Retro Donkey Kong set? I did. Looks good. What? Why you got fleas? Tangy, take a bath. Stinky. No way. That's why I was so itchy? Hylian. You wouldn't tell anyone about this, right? Hey, everybody. Smokey's over here taking a shit. No, I won't tell anybody. Don't worry. Wait, when did Buzz move in? Wait, Buzz just moved in. No way, the return of Buzz. Buzz used to live on an old town of mine. No way, when did he move in? Oh, ha! I knew there was still someone I hadn't met, Captain. I have you now. So, I'm Buzz. Got a problem with that? Because I'm real good at fixing problems, you get me? That's much better. I certainly hope that I'll be glad to know you, Captain. Who in the... Is that Hylian? Hello, Captain. Yeah, so, what do you want, Captain? Yo, talk to me. Did you see that flyer? Yeah, the one from Crazy Red's Furniture Emporium. Don't trust that guy. And make sure you know the price before you buy anything. That Red would rob his own mother blind without missing a beat. Dang. Not the mother robbery. Pokemon fan. I love making that reference all the time about Smokey. It's one of my favorite scenes from that movie. Yo, give me 1 second. Do 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 do. Yo, what's up, Meta? Yeah. It's a real thing. I looked a lot into it, and a lot of people don't want to hear this, but essentially, it's a fungus. That's actually the term. That's actually like what it is. Or at least that's one of the things that it could be. It can be like a fungus. And I know, again, that word is so like, ugh, but it's like, it's just a word for the way that it interacts with your skin. And then there's like other things it could be. Yeah. I love Friday. Friday's is a good movie. It's a good stoner movie, sure. The whole movie is about like trying to get stoned, big worm, and all that. I haven't seen that movie in years. I'm so exhausted from a heck of a week. Now that my weekend has started, I don't want to sleep my time away. I understand that. I struggle with spending my time off properly rejuvenating and spending my time off being the degenerate that I truly am at my heart. See, at my core, I've always been a degen. All right, well, Buzz just moved in. We should have Discord movie night. We were trying to figure that out the other day. And then we had a suggestion pop up, and I don't remember what it was. We did have a suggestion pop up. We were thinking about doing a Disney movie. We're gonna watch Friday on a Tuesday. That would be cool. What are the treatments for that? Yeah, there's all sorts of different treatments. When it comes to dandruff, it just depends on what's causing it. There can be like antibacterial type stuff you have to apply. There can be like oral medication you can take. And then sometimes there can be like a cream you can apply. Like, it just depends on what your circumstance. The unfortunate reality is dandruff can be caused by like 3 or 4 different things. That includes just regular old dandruff. And the real problem is most people are trying to deal with it like it's dandruff, but a lot of times it can be like something else completely, and you'll never completely get rid of it unless you take like a certain medication or something. Whereas like most of the over-the-counter top shampoos and stuff are going to help, but it's not going to actually solve the root problem. Depending on your situation. Have you watched Soul? No, I've never seen Soul. All I want to do is play Power World. I just loaded it up last night for the first time in a long time. Hello, Hylian. Hey, you're really puffed up. Does it hurt? I'm sure it looks like it hurts. Have you put ice on it? Laba? That's supposed to relieve the swelling some. Well, I'm sure you'll live. I hope it gets better. Oh, she's talking about my Ritz cracker eye. Yep, this eyeball's been stung 3 times today. Give me pity. My wallpaper is pretty neat, huh? So you must have had some reason for coming to see me. Just hanging. The clothes at Tom Nook's store are pretty nice, but the clothes sold at by the tailor at Acre F aren't too bad either. Man, I just discovered that there's a Bomberman Hero recompile. Dude, the recompiled games, the decomps are getting really strong. I'm going to start collecting recompiled decomps of games. Bomberman Hero just got finished. We're waiting for Animal Crossing GameCube. The future is here for gaming. It's pretty crazy. You know what's bad when it's 104 out and it doesn't even feel that bad anymore? Dude, I know. We've all been conditioned with a harsh summer. Now the rest of summer is going to be a breeze. Now the rest of summer is going to be a breeze, dude. Okay, cool. Landlord going out of the country. Let me go ahead and reply to him later. I never get a message from my landlord, so I had to check it. Like today, the high is going to be 75, and I'm going to go outside in like a hoodie and some jogging pants and a winter hat. Because like 75. I'm about to pull out my winter jacket from the closet, dude. Like 75, dude. I'm already cold thinking about it. So, ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. What's that? I'm not jealous. I'm about to go play some snowball. We're about to go get a snowball fight in. Yeah, the landlord's going out of town. He wanted me to make sure I know. So that's cool. I'll send him a message later. He's a cool guy. He'll still do the old school email, but he'll text me and be like, not sure if you saw this, but you need to check it. Because the first time he emailed me about coming to my house and I wasn't ready. So I'm going to tell y'all a story I haven't told like anybody. So, well, there's 2 stories. Well, I told the story of the first time. This happened It was like, here, let me just tell the story. It's technically, I have told this story for the first time, but not the second. So he sent me an email and he was like, I'm coming by. I'm giving you 1 day heads up, like it says on the lease, but I didn't check the email. So one day I'm sitting here on my day off. I'm relaxing. And all of a sudden he comes pounding on my door and like, hey, you in there? Like vibes. Like, hey, what up, Josh? And I'm sitting here in my room and I like have a panic attack. Like I just like, I'm like, what is going on? What? And I end up like going to the door and I'm like, hey dude, like this isn't the right time. Like I'm sorry. Like I wasn't ready for you to be here. Like I'm walking around the house like with no shirt on. Like you can't just like pop up. Like why couldn't you just text me? And he was like, well, I sent you an email. I gave you the day heads up. And I'm like, an email? I'm like, listen, old man, like no offense, but ain't nobody checking your email. This is 2026. Send a brother a text, dude. That's all you needed to do. Hey, I'm popping over. I got some work to do on the house. But an email, I was just like, nah, man, like this ain't gonna work. Like, what do you mean you sent me an email? I'm like, that, like, get out of here. So, and he was like, my bad. And I felt bad too. I was like, dude, I'm so sorry. And ever since then, now he sends me an email and then he sends me a text after. So, he's learned. But I was so embarrassed. Might as well as have just faxed. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, like when I was in full on relaxation mode when this dude showed up. Like it was not good. Like I was like half asleep in my computer chair and like I'm hearing somebody knock on the door and I'm like like I remember like I was so disoriented and I'm just like, dude, I don't know what's going on, but like I can't. I'm like, I'll go open up the front door. Do you need me to open up the front door? I'm like, all right, I'll go open up the front door. Like, I'm sorry. And then like, I'm like, I just need a minute. And he ended up like not even coming in because he was just, I think he was pissed off. He's like, never mind. I'll do it later. Run and hide. Yeah. The unexpected knock at the door is one of the most terrifying things for real. Yeah, dude, it was not good. Our old landlord used to put handwritten notes under the door. She was in her early 80s. I was in a house with an older lady once as a landlord, and she was awesome. Can you believe they make me write post weekly? I hate Mondays. Oh, at least we know somebody's writing these. Who is it, Pete? All right, we have aerobics starting on 7/25 at 6 a.m. in the plaza through 8:31. Morning aerobics, everybody. Oh, frick, here it comes. Morning aerobics, baby. No one in the US in 2026 wants the Kramer experience. No one, dude. Be there or be square. Boom, 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 boom. Turned out they had the wrong house. Wow, that's the worst. What did you didn't even... That sucks. Having cops come at your door and waking you up and disturbing your peace, and then they're like, oh, wrong house, sorry. So, what are you up to, dude? Like, don't do that. I was just glad they weren't there for me. You're going through your mind, everything you did wrong. I mean, I did steal that pack of gum when I was 7. Are they finally coming to catch up? I'm so sorry. It was just gum. You're searching your mind for everything you did wrong in your life. Apparently the neighbors had a domestic dispute and they goofed the address. Yeah. I have an unpaid parking ticket. Oh no. Yeah. They finally cracked down on torrents. Yeah. Hello, Hylian. Hey, you're really puffed up. Does it hurt? Yeah, sure. They all talk about it when you get stuck. Smoking weed as a teen made me forever paranoid of the popo. Sure. I think that anybody who's smoked has experienced that. You want to know what smoking has... Lately, I've been craving cookies all the time. Seriously, I've even been making them every day. You probably think I'm crazy, but the taste improves every time I make them. I love cooking. I'll make some for you sometime, Nutmeg. Would you like that? So, what you want to know the truth, though, is as a kid, I wasn't afraid of police smoking. You want to know who I was afraid of? Karens. Before Karens were even a thing. Old ladies. Dude, old people were the people that you had to worry about the most. The cops were cool. Dude, Officer Ernie was a badass. He'd be like, oh, you smoking a little weed. You better get home before I get you, kiddies. But then you'd get some old lady be walking by your spot at the park. She'd smell it. And all of a sudden she'd be like, how dare you interrupt my nose on my walk through my public park? And then before you know it, she's on the phone calling the police on you when you're just some kid smoking a little weed, trying to have some fun on a Saturday afternoon. It was always the old people. It was always the oldies, my dude. You learn as a kid that old people were always outing the boys, man. It was always some old person. I remember one time I was sitting out on the rocks over by like Lake Erie. They have like rocks and stuff you could sit. And I was sitting out on the rocks smoking with my buddy. And some lady called the cops and framed it as if she was worried about. She was like, I'm just worried they're going to hurt themselves. So the cops came and rolled up on us. And we were scared. We were scared out of our lives. And they were like, well, this old lady called that she was worried that you were going to hurt yourself on the rocks. And we looked at the officer and we were like, come on. Like, you really think, like, come on, dude. Like, get out of here. Like, like, get out of here, dude. It was rough, man. You had to watch out for the old people. The old people that were so bored that they had to get in other people's business. The worst people, the people you have to worry about the most are the people that are so bored they have nothing else to do. Those are the scariest people in society. The people who have nothing better to do. Those are the people who are like lobbying against our rights as gamers. Like boomer old people who are just retired and bored out of their mind. And they're the ones that are like fighting against us gamers for like our rights for games and like ruining everything for us that's fun and that we like and cherish. It's all these old, they're bored, they have nothing else to do, so they sit around and think about all the things we're doing wrong. How can we make it so where things are less fun in society? Hurt your stomach from laughing too hard? Worried you're gonna hurt yourselves? What's the worst that's gonna happen? Yeah, dude. People who are bored, man, that's the absolute, those are the people we have to worry about the most. The bored old grandmas who are out there trying to mix it up a little bit. Can't fathom being bored enough to call the cops on randos. Yo, what's up, Kalika? Hey. So if you're out there watching this and you need some advice, youngins, cops are cool, but avoid the oldies. All right, cops not so bad. Old people, poof. If they're old and they're a cop, nah, just kidding. They all suck. I'm just kidding. They can't have fun, so you shouldn't either. That's a thing. Good afternoon. What's up, Cozy Gamer Tally? Seeing GameCube AC is making me more happy than I can describe. Dude, I love this game. Isn't it so good? So this is the deluxe edition, and it adds some cool quality of life stuff. So first off, I can zoom out the camera. I can also zoom in. You've never been able to do this outside of the house. This is always the view. Secondly, they took acres out. So while there's still acres on the map, we don't acknowledge them in the game anymore. So now it's like a big open space. Those are the two big changes to Deluxe that are noticeable. From there, this fan-made project has a bunch of new items and furniture and villagers and little interactions, fun little interactions that you can stumble across. Like, let's keep taking our shovel around because there might be a fake rock. Let's see if we can we visit Rossetti? Let's see if there's a fake rock around here. Yeah, there's a bunch of really cool features. So this is awesome. Yeah, this is awesome. The Deluxe Edition really adds a bunch of stuff. It basically combines a bunch of the different versions of this game that never made it to America into like one cohesive experience. And it's really rad. It's really, really rad. Bum, 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 bum. One day this game will come to GameCube. NSO Online. And then we will get the opportunity to play it as a community. And it'll be great. One day. One day. But until then, I'm happy to showcase it. Sylvia still lives here, huh? I forgot about her. I don't know how it works. Is it only a chance for a rock to be fake every day? Maybe it's only certain days. Maybe it has to rain first or something. I don't know the rules of engagement. But we did get to see Rossetti's base once before. Meow. This song has a completely different meaning now that I own a cat. Especially a cat as vocal as mine. My cat is a yapper. She will just sit there and yap. She started this new thing where she gets on my little table next to me here and she gets as close to me as possible and stares at me and just meows. She just gets as close as possible and goes meow, 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 meow until I acknowledge her. And she'll sit there and do it for a strong minute or so before she'll stop if I don't acknowledge her. Meow, 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 until I give her some attention. I give her a little attention. She scoots her booch. She's got stuff to tell us. But it's super funny. She'll get super up close to me and just meow her face off. Meow, 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 meow. But she's sleeping. We hung out yesterday, so she understands that I'm busy right now. But I'm sure she'll be awake soon. If I had to guess, she's sleeping in bed right now. Yeah, I guess I don't have a fake rock today. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, she's a goober, man. She has learned that the best place, the place I give her the most attention when we relax is the living room. So her whole goal in life is to get me out of my office and in the living room. And it's the most adorable thing ever. Now she just spends her whole existence like, how can I get this dude out of his office so that if he comes in the living room, that he's bound to give me more attention to some extent. Or I'm just more accessible in the living room. She can come sit right next to me on the couch and get pets. So she just prefers the living room. So now all she does all day is try to get me out of the office. She just comes in here and then she like fakes that she wants pets. And as soon as I start petting her, she runs out of the office and starts going towards the living room. So then and then she'll come back in and I'll give her some more pets. And then as soon as I start petting her, she'll be like, okay, come on. And I'm like, no, I'm busy. She'll come back. She'll do it again. It's super funny. Yeah, it's super, super, super funny. She's just making sure you don't overwork yourself. It's super silly. Trying to upsell you. Yeah. So then she'll so yesterday I was ignoring her and she tried to push my green screen over. She learned that the green screen is easy to push around because it's like a screen on top of a pole. So there's a pole that like holds the screen. And she's realized that like if you actually push it, like it kind of waves. It's kind of wavy. And she's realized that. And anything modular is a cat's toy. So she started noticing that if she like pushes it, it kind of moves. So she's like, okay. And then yesterday I was ignoring her, or sorry, 2 days ago, I was like ignoring her, trying to figure out a project. And she got fed up with me ignoring her and just full on pushed the green screen. And I was like, I turned around, I'm like, hey. And she just books out of the room and she's like, got him. Like, got him. So now I cannot hang out with the green screen open off stream. Like I usually leave it up. Like I don't close the green screen off stream often because I just don't feel the need to because I stream so often. Now, after every stream, I have to close my green screen because now she's going to use it as a weapon. And I'm worried because I'm wondering if she's going to try to use it as a weapon while I'm streaming. I don't think so. I think that I have already established my work hours. She's pretty respectful about my working, but don't be surprised if here in the future, she comes in here one day pissed off and she goes after the green screen because I'm not giving her attention. Like she knows a new trick now and I'm definitely afraid. She's going to come in here and be like, you better give me attention right now. Or else she's saving that one in her back pocket. I can't wait for that day. Cat attack. Yeah, she's saving that one in her back pocket. She knows a new trick and she's not afraid to use it. Yeah, because I did react. Well, because I was worried about the thing snapping shut on her. That's the scary part, is that the way that this thing is, it's a spring. It's mechanically drawn. So if she like pushes on that in the wrong way, that thing could fall down and snap down. And while she would probably get out of the way because cats are fast like that, I still am like instantly like, hold on a second. This is actually a safety hazard on top of it being a problem, right? Like, because that thing could snap. And if that snaps down and falls on her, that could be bad, you know? So unfortunately, I have to also care about her in this scenario, not just my show, and make sure that she doesn't ever mess with it. Because it's only being held up by a pole on plastic, like, and it's got a pretty springy pull to it, you know? It's like a reverse blinds, like that thing snaps, you know? So that'll be getting clipped for sure. Yeah. So she's got a new little scheme she's cooking up on me. Good thing I give her enough attention and she doesn't usually bother me too much. So, all right, we're gonna get out of here today. A little bit of a shorty here this morning. I'm thinking about coming back for some Grand Bazaar, so I'm not too sure, but that was the plan this whole week for my, like, personally. I didn't advertise that, but the plan was to do some Grand Bazaar here in a couple hours. So I'm going to try to make it. No promises though. Let's keep this one off the schedule. Cause I don't know. I'm just feeling a little bit off today. Sometimes you just can't pinpoint it. I'm just feeling a little off. So I don't know. I'll see how I feel here in a little bit. And I would like to do some Grand Bazaar with y'all. And either way, we'll be back tomorrow for Splatoon Raiders. We're doing Splatoon Raiders all day tomorrow.
Or some Pal World.
Or some Pal World. Thank you for 37. We'll probably do Splatoon Raiders all day. Unless I need a break or if I don't like it or something, then maybe we'll end up doing something else. But we'll probably end up playing Splatoon Raiders all day. So we'll see. I was thinking about going and picking it up and coming back and playing it tonight, but that wouldn't be fair to my morning squad. So if I show up tonight, it will be Grand Bazaar. We got to finish that game up. And then tomorrow's going to be Splatoon Raiders for the most part. All right, so we'll see how things go, but I'll probably be here for a long boy. Thank you everyone for coming out today, of course. Thanks for all the support coming in here. Thanks for coming in and enjoying some conversation and participating, for those of you that did, in the conversation as well. It always makes it a treat. And while I don't necessarily go into every Animal Crossing stream planning to do a ton of conversation-based content, a lot of Animal Crossing streams do fall into that because it's the perfect vibe, and I love it. So thanks for being here for that. Yeah, it's the perfect game to just yap over, man. So thanks for coming and vibing with us here for some Retro Crossing. Of course, as always, Retro Crossing will come back. We're close to finishing all of our debts in the game. I believe we are only 120,000 bells away from clearing all of our debts. I think so, which is pretty awesome. We could finally put Deluxe down and maybe return to the original for GameCube, or get back to City Folk Deluxe, since we started a journey there as well. Regardless, if y'all like this, you can find more of my content on YouTube. And I have a whole Deluxe playthrough. So if you like this and you want to see more, go to my YouTube channel, go to the playlist, or go type in Animal Crossing GameCube Deluxe and it'll pop up. Type the word Deluxe, it'll probably pop up, all right? Thank you, everyone. On that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here in a couple hours or tomorrow for the next scheduled broadcast, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up and on to the next episode. Peace. All right. Thank you, everyone. Just a fade today. No raid for today. I'm just going to fade out of here. And I'm going to go and take care of some errands. So that's the vibe. I got to go and take care of some errands around the city. And we'll see about coming back later. Again, I'll be back tomorrow regardless. Hit that notification or join the Discord if you would like to keep up with my surprise streams. Thank you, everyone, for the support. Thanks for, again, the conversation, for keeping me company. I love y'all and appreciate y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. And, of course, hit them cat jams. Peace.